Trick Nick Jerk Marinade gives your meats and vegetables authentic Jamaican jerk flavor. The spices are directly from Jamaica. Spices like jerk seasoning, allspice, Scotch bonnet pepper, fresh scallions, thyme, ginger, and garlic. The key ingredients to a great jerk marinade. 0% sugar and low in sodium. You want to try it?
I am sure sports. You know me there. I'm coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get the sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know the game play, that me not say it. If me never seen a game, me not know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the day done, you are gonna love over here so.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crap of players. We are good enough. Remember to like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment. Let me know what your thoughts are.
Made up of 18 Jamaican herbs and spices, add delicious, bold flavor to your next grilling experience. Flavoring sauce, a marinade, basting, condiment, or topping. Trick Nick Jerk Barbecue Sauce.
Better prepare yourself for the big time so you can tell the kids about it. Yo, this is Delirance. So remember, Green and Yellow Organization presents the annual Ali Cup Junior Football Tournament. It's an invitational thing, so you know it loud. August 10, 11, and 12. You see, August 10, oversteps. August 11, Jamaica College. And August 12, Excelsior Ground. So that when you're loud, it's proud, because we're going to bust the crowd and the cloud. Never shout out to Sambo, shout out to Chris Bailey, shout out to Scholar. Remember, the sponsors are there. Babsy Grange, True Juice, Western Sports, Sportsmax, and Sam Isaacs and Son. Delly Rankin say that when a big Ali Cup Junior Invitational Football Tournament. August 10, 11, and 12. Be there.
Check. Good morning. I need some comments. Tell me if you are hearing me. I'm having a little problem here with my audio. Long time we don't do this, people. So tell me, are you hearing me? If you're hearing me, just drop a comment so we can know that you're hearing clearly. Good morning. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. I am your host, Man. And I need to get a few comments before we progress into this. We're trying to reset everything. Oh, we are hearing wonderful, because I was very, very concerned. Welcome to the show. It's been a minute, my brethren and sistren, right? Wow, it's been a while. And then after a few weeks, you won't be seeing me again. And then I think in September we'll be up. Like I said, given what took place with the Gold Cup, we had a lot of things that we needed to basically catch up on. So it has been a while. We still have a lot of work that we're supposed to be doing. So yeah, we have other things to do. You understand me? So because of that, like I said, you will be seeing the program not as frequent as you normally would until we get to September. Things should be up and running. All right. So bless up to Tom Stranger, Fabian Full, Siobhan Peart, Demo. Up, boy, Demo. Oh my God, Demo, you and I need to talk, bro. You and I need to talk about this West Indies and the cricket business, brother. Me no know. We need to talk, Demo. Me, you, and Brian need to talk. You understand me? Vibing. Bless up yourself. The Mario McCallum. Bless up the leader. Paul Maxwell, the man who is missing in action, or because of action he is missing. I don't know. And then we have John Powell, and none other than the mighty Jason Guna. And the mighty Arsenal has won. Hey, nobody can talk to me about the Community Shield, because last season people are talking about them win cup and Arsenal win nothing. Well, we win a shield, brother. So nobody can tell me no. We beat City and we won the Community Shield. So big up to the Gunners. Big up all the Arsenal fans in the building. You understand? But welcome one and all. Listen, if you're yeah, so we're not playing. No, we need some trophy. Lord Music Entertainment up. Listen, I have Kerry who is here, right? And Kerry don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to bring him on. I'm going to talk a little bit about the U15 and the camp in Florida over the weekend. I'm going to let him talk a little bit, and then we're going to get back to some other stuff. So just bear with us, because this is very, very, very important. And then I'll take all your comments, and then you don't know, we have a blessing that we need to speak as we begin. So don't want to keep Kerry long. People, remember when I told you that this gentleman right here, his name is Kerry James, right? Everywhere, every time Jamaica has a team down in the DR, he is down there. Kerry, welcome. Good morning.
Thank you very much, sir. I live in Dominican Republic now.
You're very...
Can you hear me?
I don't know why I'm not hearing you so clearly, but go ahead.
Yeah, I live in Dominican Republic now. So
you know what is happening? I feel like there is a new setting on the, I don't know, I feel like there's a new setting on the whole StreamYard thing, right, that we use. That is I feel like it is affecting the audio on my end, but you are being heard clearly by the people. So I am going to try and sort that out. But yeah, they're hearing you clearly. So welcome, Kerry. Always good to have you on. You understand me? Really, really appreciate it. I see questions, people asking where they can watch the U15. But tell us about the game yesterday, Jamaica versus El Salvador. Jamaica won that one by a 1-0. And then, we'll talk about the camp that we had over the weekend as well. But talk to the people, let them know, the team, some of the players that were there, how the team played, how they looked. And yeah, so we can, and where they can watch the game and when is the next one and who do we play?
So let's start with the last part first. So the stream for the U15 games is actually on the CONCACAF Go. So if you just go into Google and type in CONCACAF Go, the website will come up. When I Googled it, it was the very first option. You click on that option and then the different games come up. So you can actually click on the individual games. So the Jamaica game yesterday was on. So in terms of the game yesterday, so we played El Salvador. So the way that this tournament is set up, it's 3 games in back-to-back days. So we played on Sunday. We're going to play today at 4 o'clock. And then we have another game tomorrow at 4 o'clock. So the games are not 90-minute games. They're 35-minute halves. So 70-minute games. So yesterday's game, I thought, typical first game of a tournament, a little bit disjointed overall, but we got our goal in the first half, when we were pressuring down the left and we crossed it in and the ball went off the El Salvador player into the goal. So we're up 1-0 at halftime. Didn't get any goals in the second half, but, fairly good overall performance. I didn't think El Salvador threatened us too much, except for a couple of plays around our box where we kind of fouled unnecessarily. So they had a lot of free kicks around our box, which they didn't make use of. But overall, first game of our tournament, good to get the first win.
Yeah, in terms of the players, any particular player like caught your eye in terms of just the whole play and what they offered to the team
Yeah.
yesterday?
Well, I think first of all, you'd have to mention the captain, right? Kai Miles, I think, is probably the player that most people are familiar with because he played with Campion in the Manning Cup, and he also plays for Kingston Football Academy. So he's a captain. He was playing on the right hand side of midfield. First time I've ever seen him play live, because I saw a couple of games, a couple of the Manning Cup games was the first time I'm seeing him live. So I thought he was good. The player on the other wing was Adriano Marsh, which Manning's man, because he was a player that was at that very first camp that we did. He plays for Inter Miami, so he was playing on the left-hand side of midfield. I thought Giovanni Taylor, which is another player that a lot of people may be familiar with, he played well as well. And then the other player that I think stood out to me was Kai McLean, which was one of the center backs. He also plays for Inter Miami. So a lot of good individual performances overall, but maybe those were the ones that kind of stood out to me.
Okay, so the only one that was at the initial camp was Cadriano.
Yeah, Cadriano was at the initial camp. Kai, we've been talking to because we had to get some release from Inter Miami for him to participate. So, he's one that we knew about through Coach Nurse, Christopher Nurse, who coaches at Inter Miami. He used to play for Ghana's national team. So he let us know about Kai. And so Kai went down to train with the team in Jamaica, went to the camp in Trinidad last week, impressed, and so he's in the starting lineup. So good potential defender for the future, center back.
Yeah, awesome. So and you were impressed. Like I said, first game, lot of jitters, but somebody I hear somebody have here the number 14, Malik White.
Malik, yeah,
suggestion that he may have also played well.
He did. Yes, he did. So most of the players, so I don't think I was familiar with Malik White before the first game. So it's good that I'm going to get to see a few games in a row, 3 games in a row to see the players. Because except for the ones that played Manning Cup and D Cup, some of them are kind of unfamiliar. But, as the tournament goes along, I think everybody will get, I think they actually have some rules with regard to this tournament in terms of playing time. So it's only a squad of 18 players. I mentioned that they had 3 games on back-to-back basis. So I'm sure that the squad is going to be rotated a lot, within the 3 games. Yeah.
But Jamie is, and as 18 members per squad, I think.
18.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which means that probably everybody has this. Yeah, very small squad. Whoa. But leading into this tournament, one of the things that was out there was the imposition of the rule about players limited in terms of switching allegiance in terms of nation out of a tournament like this. Meaning, if you represent Jamaica, I think you only can switch again, or you represent Trinidad and Tobago or any one of the countries. You don't have the opportunity to switch or change nationality, because this is now under one of those, I think FIFA there said has put their stamp on it, which changes. The rule has not changed, but the fact that FIFA has made it a FIFA official tournament means that you're like cap tied or nation tied. Are you aware of that? And
I've heard people talking about it. I haven't seen the actual rule itself, but from my understanding, it's a one-time switch that you're allowed if you play in a tournament like this. So that wasn't the case really in the past, because youth tournaments weren't really considered. Like when you're playing for your senior national team, it didn't really matter who you played for at the youth level once you got that release from the national federation. So I'd have to kind of research that to find out exactly what they said. But it sounds like to me that you're allowed like a one-time switch after playing in these youth tournaments if they're sanctioned by the confederation.
Yeah, you're in the States. You do a lot of work. You work with a lot of these younger players. We have seen, so many players now who would be developed in the American system representing other nations. We have even seen that in the female World Cup, where teams, 9 starting players would have been players that came through the American system. My whole one of the things that I raised a few weeks ago is that the truth is, though they have been developed in America, a lot of the parents probably end up paying money for them to go to some of these academies that they were developing and training. So really and truly, they may have been in America, but they were not developed on free. But we could see going ahead, I don't know if you feel the same way, that the rules may begin to be altered to prevent this kind of a mass movement of players to other nations having developed the craft in the USA. What do you think about that?
I would be surprised if they move the rules too much in that other direction. Because, for example, this FIFA president, like some of the ones in the past, is very much for the democratization of football, right? So not having the power concentrated in us, just a few countries. So both in terms of rules and also in terms of finances. So I would be surprised if you would say, for example, that players developed in the USA can't play for other countries. If you look at you mentioned the Women's World Cup, I think they had a stat that said 1 out of every 5 players that are playing in the Women's World Cup in this current one either play currently in the US collegiate system or have played in the US collegiate system. 1 out of every 5 across all the countries that are participating. So that says a lot about, allowing these players. I think you're right in that football is not free in the USA for parents and kids that are getting developed. It's definitely not at the lower level, because at the regular youth club level, you're paying thousands and thousands of dollars per season for your kid to play. So maybe when you get to the really high levels of the MLS and things like that, it'll be free. But at the base of the pyramid there, you're pretty much paying for it. So I don't have any reservation about players that have heritage for other countries going ahead and representing the heritage that they choose, because it should be to a certain standard. Obviously, you have to have rules as to who is eligible to play for who in terms of parents and so forth. But once you're eligible, to me, you should be able to switch. It should be more like a freedom of choice for players to find the best opportunity for them.
Yeah. All right. I mean, because you're on youth football, I think this is a beautiful segue into, and first let me say, it was very good of you to have taken initiative to put this thing on IG. So persons could watch, I think the first half, because you did say you're going to do the first half of the game, and that the second half they could watch, and I think CONCACAF Go.
Yeah.
I couldn't find it though.
Yeah, I hadn't planned to tape at all because I just assumed it was streaming. But when I got a couple of messages before the game starts from people asking how they could see it, so I just decided to go live and show it. But what I would suggest for people, like for today's game and the games following, actually one of the players actually showed me how he got onto it. So if you just type in CONCACAF Go into Google, the very first option that comes up, you select that option. And then it'll have a list of games and you can click on those games. I thought it was YouTube originally, but apparently it's like the website. So once you click on CONCACAF Go, you choose that first option. Yeah. You choose that first option and then you see the bunch of the games that are going on in the different venues. So like I was watching after we were doing the cool down at the pool, I was watching USA's game after that. So you can get it that way.
How did the USA game go?
I don't remember how it ended. The only one I watched most of was the Mexico, because that's our group. So they beat Saudi Arabia 5-0. So I don't know how the US game ended up actually.
So who do we play next? Mexico or Saudi Arabia?
Saudi Arabia. Yeah, we play Saudi Arabia today and then we play Mexico tomorrow.
Okay. And I mean, at the end of the right, yeah, man, Chavan, I have a VPN. Listen, welcome to all the persons who have joined the stream. So many of you have added Marlon, Ricardo, Duklan. Big up yourself, Duklan. I'm going to show down. I'm going to give you a shout. Don't worry yourself, right? Gunners Boss, blessings to you, sir. All right, so welcome to one and all. Tyrone Williams up. Rob up. Unseen Sports TV, the new coach out there at what they call it? Charlie Mount. Yeah, man. All right, bless up yourself. Unseen. I hope I get to see Charlie Mount. All right. Right. USA, I just got a note saying that USA 3, Qatar 2. USA played Qatar.
3-2. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I saw Qatar at the hotel because they stay in the same hotel as Jamaica. So I thought they were a U23 team because some tall players that look like Pepe were used to play for Real Madrid and mustache and beard. So yeah. That's
And you're sure, you're sure that they weren't coaches?
Yeah, some of them were coaches, but the ones in the player kits were players. So I'm not going to be the one to question Qatar's age. I'm sure they're playing by the rules.
Thanks to the Don, because it's just a Don, you know. Who just sent me this, you know? He's a Don for the Dominican Republic, not a Don like Jamaica. So he just sent me this. Grew up in the school St. Diego, but he's the Don over there at the DR right now, and he just
Oh, I
told me
think
this.
I think I met him yesterday. Well, I had met him at the. I didn't realize he lived in Dominican Republic. They
No,
have.
don't
He
call his
doesn't live
name.
there.
He's a ballad. He's a ballad Rasta.
Oh, a Ballad Rasta. Okay. And what I would say about the game later today is I don't know if you mentioned VPN. I don't know if there's restrictions based on where you are. So what I'll do is if the game is at 4 hour time, which I guess is 3 Jamaica time. So if anybody have any problems getting it, just send me a message on IG and maybe I'll go live again. So IG is Carey _COY, CAREY_COY. Just send me a message and I'll go live if we need to.
Okay. If you don't have a VPN, right, you can. I think you should still go live, you know, because a lot of the people in Jamaica don't have VPN, so I don't think they'll be able to.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, they are geo-blocked in Jamaica. Jason Guna
Oh,
says.
they are. Oh, okay.
Even if you have VPN, because I have VPN, I normally can get the CONCACAF stuff using.
Well, I guess most people wouldn't have VPN anyway. So yeah, I'll probably just jump on. Hopefully, them don't ban my IG, but yeah, I'll jump on and do it live.
Yeah. All right. Awesome. Now, the other thing is that because we're talking about youth football, and you know, there were the U15, and I think we had the U12, U13, was the group that were in Pembroke Pines, and I think this was on grass surface. I mean, what I've heard, and later today we will have on Richard Edwards, Shartman, who was a part of this one, Coach Richie from Canada. He flew over, and I think sometimes people don't realize the kind of sacrifices that are made, because you guys go down to Pembroke Pines, you have to book your own hotel at your own expense. You provide all the equipment at your own expense, the refreshment at your expense, all of these things the coaching staff does to ensure that these camps are held. Now, what I want to find out, because you know there's this continuing dialogue about persons who are Jamaicans who live outside of Jamaica. I don't think, you know what is funny? I personally don't believe that people have a problem with you guys investing in the football the way you do. So I find it strange that they have a problem with the players when they play. You understand me? In other words, it is okay that you guys are excellent coaches, sacrificing and doing all of that. But when it comes to the players actually representing, you get the feeling like there is this ongoing sentiment that this should not be the way it ought to be. All right. But here is the thing here. Talk to me about how important is it for these camps to take place and giving these youngsters a sense of, you know, Jamaican citizenship and part of the process from as early as 12 and 13 years old.
Yeah, so these are mostly 12 and 13-year-olds, like you said. These are mostly 2010s and 2011. So to go back to a point you were making about the coaches. So yeah, we had Richard Edwards and we also had Leon Gordon, former national player as well, helping us with the goalkeepers. So he's from Canada as well. I think, I don't know if I'm making breaking news, but I think he's going to be joining the club in Port St. Lucie soon, upcoming. Yeah, so Freddie can give you more information on that.
Yeah, man, Leon, he was there before, but he took some time off, so he's coming back.
Yeah. So Leon was there, Richard was there. And it's funny, I posted after the first day, some pictures and stuff, and somebody asked, I don't know if he was joking or not, but he said, so this is where all the money of the federation is going, why they can't sponsor the girls. So I thought it was a joke, but maybe not. So the thing is, like what you said, nothing from this is coming out of the JFF's pocket. So like you said, this is just being done by for the love of the country, by starting with Freddie, who is the main man in charge, and then all the other coaches volunteering their time, Boris and Leon and Richard and Roger and all the other coaches. Carlton. So the question you asked is how important is it? I think it's vitally important.
Brian, man of Steel is saying that management, small thing that my boss, once care is involved, money isn't a problem. I don't know. I'm just forced to the comment.
Maybe Man of Steel knows more than I know, but yeah, I don't know about that comment. But yeah, I think it's vitally important for us to start to identify the players early enough. I think you kind of see it almost happening at the national team already, where some younger players are making the choice to come play for Jamaica. You saw Dexter, choosing Jamaica, who's a player that's already been playing Premier League minutes and chose Jamaica. So I think what we want to do is make sure that we are scouring the diaspora for our players who have the talent to play for Jamaica, because I think that is going to be part of the development of the whole football. So I know it's always, I hope not always, but I know it's been a we versus them situation where people think it's either developing players in Jamaica or bringing in, players with Jamaican heritage living abroad. I've never, subscribed to that concept because I think it has to be both. I think you have to develop players in Jamaica, and then you have to supplement them with players that may be playing elsewhere that are Jamaican as well. So the more we can start to do this, and this was just a start, so this is the third camp we've had so far. Once we get this, in terms of a broader structure, in terms of different locations where there are a lot of Jamaicans, and then we start to integrate and the local players with those players from, that are living overseas, then I think we'll have stronger youth national teams and hopefully, stronger senior national team at the end of it.
Yeah, because tell us a little bit about this particular camp, the kind of talent, because I know you were there on Saturday, but you left to head down to the DR to watch the U15 game. So yeah, tell me about, the talent that you saw. You may not need to call names, but just how good the talent, because I was told, I wasn't able to make it, but I was told that the talent is way better at this age group, with this particular age group, than it was with the U15s, where you had Kadriano Marsh and you had Lewis and all of these guys. So tell me a little bit about the talent that was there.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to thank West Pines, who are the ones that kind of donated their facility. Coach Colin and company really made us feel at home. So again, like we talk about everything, this is all volunteer by the coaches. We also have people that are helping us facility-wise and different things. So, thanks to West Pines. So in terms of the talent, I think a lot of good talent there. What I found was some of the same kids that came to the U15 that maybe we just assumed were 14 or 15, weren't 14 or 15, they were 12 and 13. So you saw some of those kids come back, like Ashwell, like Aiden, some of the players that are at Inter Miami who are 2010s and 2011s. And maybe it didn't really, hit you at first because they actually fit in quite well when they played U15, camp originally. So when they're in their age group now, I think they really stand out. So there were a lot of good talent there. We even had some younger players that were younger than 2010 and 2011. We have a kid called Samir, which is the first time I'm seeing him. Apparently here he plays club football in Tampa. And he was very impressive. So again, it's very difficult for us to know about these players.
There's from New York as well.
Yep. There was a couple of players from New York, and there was one from Texas as well. So we're doing a good job, I think, of starting to identify those players. We had a couple of ones on the U15 last time that really impressed in terms of trying to get into this U15 team. And so even though we don't have a tournament at U12 and U13, like imminent, I think it's good for us to start identifying these players early so that the next U15 is going to be stronger. And then once these players come through, the ones that we've been doing before, once the 14 and 15-year-olds come through, then we can think about the U17 team being very strong the next time. So it was good to see the interest overall from the parents and from the players. Karen from the JFF was there with us, and so she got a chance to talk to the parents as well and set an expectation as to citizenship and passport, which is a big issue that we always wanted to start the process early. So yeah, so I think it was good overall. The talent was good. The coaching I thought was superb as usual. Richard and Leon really came in and added their expertise to what we have had before. And so, thankful for them to take the time out, like you said, traveling all the way from Canada at their own expense, just because of the love of the country to try to develop the Jamaican players that we have over here.
Yeah, wonderful. Listen, we have some pictures, right? That were taken. So I'm going to show some of those pictures. Let me just say this, right? And I just want to put this out there because I see someone said this team core will be the leader. You can't say that, right? You can't say the team that is in Dominica is going to be the core because there are many other players who are not in that team right now. So I don't think we should preempt 2025. We should, because of what is happening in terms of recruitment, and you have at least 30 players who are 14, 15 in England, from Manchester City to Arsenal, to Chelsea to Liverpool, who are desirous of representing Jamaica. So, we shouldn't preempt the system to say this is going to be the core, because players, over time will develop and have an interest. So we should allow the process to play out without, closing the door by saying this is it for the next 2 years, right? It would be good if these players continue to improve and be the best at that time. But if they are not, and there are other kids who are high quality, then I think they should be given the opportunity, like you're saying, because the earlier they do it, then I think it helps them to change and transform the minds of those people who have some sort of resistance to recruitment at the senior level. If they know that this person played U15 and U17 and U20s, then it's almost like their minds begin to be reprogrammed to believe that, like they are, quote unquote, as they would say, real Jamaicans. It shouldn't matter, but I think that would, probably just help the process. So I don't think we should preempt the process and say, well, this is going to be the core. And you may feel that way because you have a particular player. Don't improve on other improve. Those who improve should be given the opportunity. All right. So
yeah, it doesn't, and it doesn't even work that. It doesn't really work that way. Just like you're saying, it doesn't really work that way at the youth level. Sometimes we think, in principle, that's how it should work. So a player that's 11 should be the best player at 11, and then eventually he should be the best player at 13 and 15 and 17 and 19. But in reality, it doesn't necessarily work that way, because you have different, development. You have players that develop slower than others or faster than others. So yeah, so in 2 years' time, you don't really know who the core squad is going to be until you get there.
Yeah, in 2 years' time, think about Aiden Crooks.
Yeah.
Just think about Aiden Crooks in 2 years' time, because we were saying that he was ready to be in the team now.
In the U15s, and he's 13. Yeah.
And he's 13. Imagine in 2 years' time when he's 15, where he will be.
Yeah.
Right? So we have to be careful sometimes, I think, how we make those pronouncements. But there you go. These are some of the, let me just show some of the clips and stuff of the kids. They look very small, right?
Yeah, that little one on the right is the one I was telling you about. That is Samir, so he's only 11.
Oh.
Just turned 11.
Yeah. The one with the ponytail up top, he was part of the U15.
Yes, he was part of the U15. Yeah.
I forgot his name. Oh, that's Coach Boris Johnson. There you go. And I mean, it is so good to see all of them attired in the Jamaican kit. You understand me? Really, really good look. I think that is Ethan, the goalkeeper.
Yeah, that's Ethan. That's one of the goalkeepers that was there, and that's Leon doing the training.
Yeah. And I think Ethan is a very good goalkeeper, one that we need to look for in the future. That looks like Coach Freddie and
Carlton,
yeah. That's Leon again. That looks like Aiden.
Yes.
Yeah. That's Edgar Davids.
and that's Freddie being stern. That's stern Freddie.
Yeah, I like how he's being stern and the kids are laughing.
Maybe he didn't realize how serious he was.
Yeah.
And you know who this is? This is actually, I don't know if you remember. Well, you should remember Craig Zadie, right? That played wingback for Jamaica.
Yeah, that's his son.
This is Craig Zadie's son, Christian. Yeah, he's also younger.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, look at that.
Push-ups.
He made a mistake, and it was very warm. Or they using some tennis ball.
Yeah, just so that they weren't hitting the ball too much.
Okay, right. It's not Jamaica, no.
Yeah.
I see Coach Richie right there, Coach Boris.
And Bop in the back. So this is the other goalkeeper. This is Timothy.
Okay.
Another very good goalkeeper that keeps for Inter Miami's U13s. So it's the first time we're seeing him out. So yeah, impressed with him as well.
Okay. That's him, Timothy.
Yeah, Timothy, yeah.
Wow. I think that's Noah.
Yeah.
I know Noah. Coach, I did some sessions with Noah earlier this year. Noah, Eason, and oh geez, how could I forget it? There's Noah, Eason, and oh geez, Noah is a midfielder. Eason is a goalkeeper and the centre back. How could I forget his name? Oh my lord!
Forget say big coach.
Unseen is the biggest coach around here, man.
I go watch out. What you said, Charlie Muntz? I go watch out for them results. Charlie Muntz.
Please do. Yeah. Yes, and Noah plays, I think, CDM. I can't believe I forget the youngster's name, but I will. So yeah. But this is really, really good stuff. It's good to see this. I think these players already probably just feel connected to Jamaica already. So this is good. It would be good to see them like playing some games, to just see how they would look playing together.
Yeah.
And how did the parents feel? There you go.
Yeah, so it's similar to what we saw the first time, and I think that they're just grateful for the opportunity because really and truly, we've never done anything on this scale as a national team. What we normally do is when there's a tournament, it's one of the questions that keep coming up, like, is there a tournament coming up? Because I think everybody is programmed to believe that we're only looking for players when there's a tournament next month. So, just trying to explain to them that there's a bigger picture. We're trying to identify players early as opposed to late, and try, to put them together and have different camps and hopefully games, like you said, in the future, so that, when the tournament comes around, we're not scrambling for players. We already have identified the top talent to integrate with the talented local players that we have. Domestic player that we have playing at home.
Yeah. What's his name? Yoshi was there? Yoshi
was there. So again, Yoshi was part of the U15s. I didn't realize that he was that young. So yeah, players like Yoshi, Ashwa, Aiden, all of those were at the original U15, and now they're in their age group, and you can see, how good they are when they're playing against kids that are their age.
Yeah. Then he also had Daniel Ewells from Florida Premier.
Yep, another good player. A lot of good talented young players. It's good for us to identify them because I don't think otherwise you will be able to identify players maybe until it was too late.
Let me just say to a lot of the persons, remember the names that we were telling you. All right, because you're gonna hear these names, right? And you must remember that these guys, these youngsters were part of this, right? Daniel Ewers, I think he's a left-footed attacking player,
Mm-hmm.
and he has some size, right? You have Aiden Crooks, very good player. You have Yoshi Allen as well, very, very good player. Dre, anyways, a sport is talking about this player called Matthew Campbell from New York City FC. He's a 13-year-old as well. I think he was there.
Yeah, Matthew Campbell, and then there was a couple, I think, that did not get released from Inter Miami. So we're going to be working on that because that's another aspect of it that we have to think about as well. For the players that are playing above just regular youth soccer and they're playing for like MLS academy youth team. We have to think about how the timing and how we get them released in terms of the communication with their club. So yeah, a lot of good players on show.
Yeah, a couple of questions because leaders asking if they keep the kids. No, they don't get to keep the kids because you're going to they're ongoing camps. And so if you keep having camps, you can't give the kids out for every camp because maybe not all the players are going to be there. Say, for example, you keep a camp in New York next time around, some of these players may not be there. You understand? So it's very difficult to do that because I don't think they have unlimited amount of kids.
Yeah, and I don't think it would be right to give the kids away either because this is just a camp and essentially an identification camp. So they haven't made any team. So yeah, it wouldn't be right for us to give them the kids. And we know financially it wouldn't be prudent. So yeah, we keep the kids and we use them for the other age groups.
Yeah. And then Rob Smith is asking, are we doing any camps like this locally? I think we should do camps like this locally. And I don't. All right. So somebody locally or persons locally must be willing to make the sacrifice. The point I'm making is that the coaches in the States make the sacrifice. The parents make the sacrifice. In other words, the parents fly from Texas, they fly from New York, they book hotels. All right. When camps like this must happen in Jamaica, and if it is St. Anne, people must bring their kids. If it is Kingston, there has to be some sacrifice. The problem we are going to have with having camps like this in Jamaica, I think one, the coaches may need pay to do it. All right. Two, the players may not have the financial resources to travel to where the camps are going to be. All right. So those are the things. And unless some level of sacrifice is going to be made, it's going to be a little difficult to replicate the same thing. Maybe people don't have the kind of income to do that. I don't know. But I think it would be worthwhile to not just have this in the States, but in Canada as well, maybe in Toronto, where we can get large numbers. And maybe when I talk to Coach Edwards today, that's something that I'd say, would he be willing to keep one in Canada like this, where kids there who have Jamaican descent can? And I think the same thing with Baby and some of the other guys need to happen in England. All right. And I always say, listen, whether the administration changes and the people in leadership changes, that's okay. That's a separate thing. What we should do is that we need to do what we can with the time that we have. And don't wait on people to become what we think they should be before we do what we can do. And I just feel like that all of us, like what you're doing, Kerry, we are going to do what we can do. And if the system doesn't change, we want to say we did our work to try and get the system to operate better.
I'm of that philosophy as well, because I don't think you would say that I am always been the biggest cheerleader of the GFF. But again, like we can just sit down here and argue about this person, or we should do this or we should do that. And at the end of the day, we don't get anything done because nobody is doing anything, outside of the GFF, I mean. So I think it's really important to do that in whatever way you can, whether it's the camps that we're doing here or, support in some other way. I think it's important because it's not we're not doing a camp for Mr. Ricketts or for Mr. Speed or for Sidella Marley or for, we're doing the camps because we want to give players opportunities. So, it's important. And I think why it's important to do it especially for the players that are not living in Jamaica, is that at least, even if there's not camps sort of similar to this, at least we have a method of identifying the better players that are in Jamaica, because we may have a national U15, and so that you would assume that if it's through the parishes, then the better players from Manchester will all be on the Manchester team, the better players from Kingston will be on the Kingston team, and so we can identify the players that way. So I do agree with you that it would be good to have, even outside of the JFF, people doing things like how we're doing here in Jamaica. But at least I think there's a way for us to identify players in Jamaica through those different structures, whereas the players that live overseas, prior to this year, we really haven't had a structure to identify them. So I think it's going to be really important, like going into the future in terms of building our teams.
Yeah, I just got a text here. It says, why couldn't this be organized through the parish associations? Which is where we probably ought to be headed, where some of this is done through, like I said, the parish associations. Like, they should find some of their best coaches and say, listen, give us a weekend and we will get the kids from our parish, and you do a 2-day, 3-day camp with them, right? And I mean, I think each parish association should probably get a set of gears like this for U15, U13 for these camps. And I mean, they just have them and they keep on rotating them. I do not believe, I think leader is insisting that I don't know if he's saying that the kits should be given out and that the kits should be sold. I don't know, that don't make any sense.
I've heard this argument. I'm not sure if it's the same argument he's making, but I've heard the argument that we shouldn't have the kids in Jamaican uniforms at all. So I'm not sure if he's coming from it from that angle, or he's coming from it from a financial angle, like a money-making angle, where we should be, because I think that second argument is actually a fairly decent argument, where we could actually be making some money, merchandising, whether it be the parents or whatever, because of the fact that we keep the jerseys afterwards. Kids are always wondering, like, how can we get, it doesn't have to be necessarily the training kits that the national team uses, but if we want to, for example, sell the Jamaica actual jerseys, that could be a way to kind of fund, the rest of it. So not sure which angle leader coming from, but yeah.
Okay, so what you're saying is that when these camps are happening, the JFF should sell merchandise at the camps, or it is a suggestion that the kits should be available for purchase, so that the kids in the camp can play in kits and they keep the kits.
Yeah, so I guess it depends on how you look at it, because maybe what some of the reservation that people have is that these are ID camps. So these are not camps where a player has been selected to the national team. So maybe they're kind of hesitant about, players being able to keep the training jerseys that are supposed to be for the national team, right? So I guess it just depends on how you look at it. It doesn't necessarily have to be the training jersey. So maybe you can use the training jerseys only for the national teams, once they're selected. I was thinking more about selling the actual jerseys, like when you go to Gold Cup and we say, okay, maybe we could sell jerseys there. I think it's similar with because I know just personally, me, have gotten many emails and texts from parents asking how to get the kits. So maybe that would be a decision of the JFF, whether we want to keep the kits exclusive to the national team. If there's another version of it that we want to be able to sell and make some money, that would be up to their side. And that's kind of probably beyond my pay grade, but just a thought.
All right. I see. Mr. Speed, who is in the chat, I hope that he can join us. He did say, he says this is done at the under 13 level. What he's saying is that it is already parish association.
Yeah.
That is why there is a parish under 15 competition for U15 boys each year and under 13. So basically what he's saying that this is already being done in Jamaica.
Yeah. From Jamaica,
Yeah. So,
and I think it makes sense, because with the parish association at those younger age groups, If you're, for example, to do it a club competition at the younger age groups, you would be excluding some players because some of the better players may not play for the clubs that they're going to enter. So I think what Mr. Speed is saying is correct, is that at the younger age group, you want to do it parish-wide so that hopefully, in principle anyway, Manchester can pick all of their best players, St. Anne can pick all their best players, Portland can pick all their best players. So that kind of replicates the best players across the whole country. So yeah, I think he's right there.
Yeah. And then John Powell says, tell me what you think about this gear, because I know you have to leave. I know you want to go on road and catch game and all of that, because it's in San Cristobal.
Yeah, so a bit outside of it's kind of far. Like it took us 45 minutes to get there yesterday.
Because it's outside of Santa, it's not in Santo Domingo.
It's San Cristobal. So we're actually, you say I'm even speaking with a Spanish accent. San Cristobal is where the game is. So yeah, so Santo Domingo are where the teams are staying, because I think that's where all of the facilities, you know, the hotels and stuff are. So the field is maybe, with the traffic, is about 40-minute drive to get over there. So it's actually a different stadium than when I went the last time, because when the girls were playing, we were playing at that stadium that was closer to Santo Domingo. So this one is further away.
Yeah, man. Big up to all the persons who have joined on to the chat, which are trying to get through. The comments are going so fast, it's hard to get.
So whichever one of the comments that cost me, just ignore that comment and just go on to the positive one.
Yeah. Big up Cataract Cranky, Jason, Foreign Spider, everyone for being here. This one says, "Man, this is good for the kids, but what about the girls? I hope camp like this happen for them too." No, we don't seem to have a lot of Jamaicans coaching in the States in the girls' side of football. So how would something like this be done? And because the influence most of you have is because you already work in academy systems with a lot of male players, already boys. So could this also work on the girls' side, seeing that predominantly the coaches on the girls' side, in the States in particular, you don't find a lot of Jamaicans?
Yeah, there's not as many. There are Jamaicans that work work on the girls' side. Obviously, I am not as familiar with the girls' side as I am with the boys' side. Yeah, so it would take some doing, just like how we're doing it with Freddie and company on the boys' side. I think somebody would have to take up that responsibility with the girls, because obviously it's equally important for us to build the girls program as well. So yeah, so that would have to be, I think, somebody taking on that responsibility, just like how Freddie did.
Yeah. And then I see a couple of things that are important. Cataract says that the players spend money to travel and participate, right? Burden them further. I think he's suggesting by having them buy things. And Jason makes
the buy things wasn't that they had to buy any jersey. Like I was just thinking that the parents that want that jersey, like not even the necessarily a training jersey, maybe just a national kit. They could be an outlet to get it there. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know the thing though is that I don't think the JFF sell any other kits. I think all the kits are sold by Adidas, and then I think somebody have to buy them from Adidas to resell them.
Okay. So there are probably rules that prevent it. Yeah.
I think like Western Sports has them, but it almost feel like they get them at a reduced price, so that when they sell them, it is the same amount I think you would pay online. To buy it as right if you convert the US.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know how that works. But Jason raised a very good point, because the last time, right, when someone I think wanted to pay and no money was accepted, you remember, Kerry, this big thing came up that money was being collected. So Jason makes a very good point. He says once money is involved, controversy always loom behind it. So we have to be careful there.
Yeah, I think he's right.
Which is it may because once you say okay, buy, people are going to say we paid to participate and we got a jersey as a part of it.
Yes, I get you. I get the point. It's a good point. I think it's a good point.
It's very it's very problematic.
Slippery slope, I think they call it. Slippery slope.
Yeah, I see. Cranky said the parish association should be developing coaches, including having them obtain the requisite credential. We need to ensure kids are being coached by qualified coaches and also have easy access.
I think
All
that's
right.
being done. I think that's being done already, though, right? So I think you have to have a certain level license to coach at the parish association, I would assume.
All right. So here's the thing, though, right? That I want to ask. I believe that it, like, you guys are all have your qualification, but you coach at the, for the most part, what we call the lower levels.
Mhm.
In Jamaica, it is the reverse for the most part. Our most qualified coaches, like almost all the A license coaches, are coaching in the Premier League
Yeah.
or Tier 2 or say Manning Cup. So our best coaches coach at the top, which means the coaches that are probably not so, I don't want to say good, but
Experience,
not
qualified, etc.
experienced
Yeah.
and qualified are doing the most important work with the kids, which is developing the fundamentals, which I think is a problem we're having. And it is a money factor. In other words, I think the coaches that are the highest qualified have paid for their certification, so
Mhm.
they want to make back their money. It doesn't pay to coach grassroots in Jamaica. So they're going to want to coach at the Premier League to earn, which means we will have a problem unless we multiply astronomically the amount of coaches who have A license. So
I think that's the answer. What you said last is the answer. And I'm sure I've heard Mr. Speed talk about it. And I think Andrew is in charge of the coaching school, right? So I think that is the answer is numbers. So if you only have a few A licensed coaches, of course, then when the coach have a view on Portmore and Arnett, and JCFC and KC and Georges, you're going to have to expand the number of qualified coaches. If you expand the number of qualified coaches, everybody can coach at Portmore and Arnett and Waterhouse. So once you get a certain amount of coaches, then those coaches will trickle down to the other levels as well. So I think that's where it has to go.
yeah, I see Mr. Speed is saying that it will take time to bring all the coaches up to the
Yeah.
standard. Yeah.
Yeah.
We need, say, 10 years. The question is, Mr. Speed, come and tell me, do we have 10 years? That's 1 decade, That's they're saying that even if you're marrying, you shouldn't marry 10 years because it's 2 different decades you're looking at. Because that would mean that 10 years really means that you're missing a generation, because that decade is really a generation. So do we have 10 years?
Yeah, but what Mr. Speed is saying, I'm sure, is not that's we're going to go from now and then in 10 years we're going to have all the coaches. It's a process, right? So we're going to be developing the coaches as we go along, getting more and more coaches certified. I don't think there's any other way you can do it. So whether you want to say it's 10 years or it's 5 years or it's 2 years, it is going to take time to get the coaches to that level. And in the meantime, we have to continue to educate them. So that's just like you said, the lower levels where the kids are actually learning the technique and the foundation for what they're going to be using in the future, that we actually have good coaches coaching them. Can't be like my time in D Cup where the PE teacher coached the D Cup team. We moved far away from that anyway. We've actually advanced a lot since then. But I think Mr. Speed is right. So I don't know about the timeline, but yeah, eventually we're going to have to get there, but it's not going to be overnight.
All right. And then he says we now have 12 coaches at A license, 27 at B, 120 at C, and 400 at D. So that's 520, 547, 547, and 559 coaches.
I didn't realize we had that many C license coaches. So 400 at D, 120 at C. Okay. Yeah. So yeah.
So this is it, because it would mean then that the D license coaches, which is the lowest level of the licensing process, are coaching at the lowest level. Yeah. All right. So we have 500. So this is interesting. This is of interest. So we have 559 coaches, and this is according to the numbers provided here. Between A and D. All right. I guess we have more than that, right? But listen to this now. We have 3,000 teams. So how that is like 60, like probably 50 teams per coach.
But I think that goes back to what Mr. Speed saying about the timeline. So it can sound pessimistic when you say 10 years, but is a mountain to climb, you know. It's a mountain to climb to get coaches certified.
So
To
maybe
have those that can afford to get certified.
Maybe we should find a way of cutting down, at least cutting the number of teams to 1,500.
Good luck.
That
That would be nice, but good luck actually doing it.
that probably should be part of the process. That while we are building up the amount of coaches, we should find a way to cut down on the amount of teams. How can 3,000 teams be sustained in a country that's 3 million people on the island itself? I think we need to work hand in hand. Reduce the amount of teams and increase the amount of coaches. And I think that will help. But that's some good information. I'm getting some more message here. It is 10 years because it's the volume of coaches needed to even get at grassroots levels. D mean, I will not say what this person type what D means. He says you want an A license coach at every level. So
yeah, but that A license coach at every level is just you can say it in principle. It's lovely. Yeah, let's have an A license coach at every level, but that's not practical in the short term. Certainly, even in the long term, is probably impractical because I'm sure the A license costs quite a bit of money, right? You know, you'd have to have gone to the D, the C, the B, and then the A license takes a while, I assume. So yeah, so in principle, yes, but in reality, that's hard.
Yeah, and then he says, I guess he's suggesting that it will take time because he's saying that how long did it take Spain to get there? Because Spain have the most A licensed coaches.
Spain. Hard comparison.
Yeah. So how long did it take Spain to get to that place? It would be good to find out how many years it took them.
50.
50 years, yeah. All right. Brian says, man, we're sure we have more than 3,000 teams because I don't think any academy is included in that list. And I'm sure we have about 300 academies in Jamaica.
Well, the academies, I don't think the academies are registered, right? So we don't even really know how many academies that we have.
The result says all youth players with potential should be coached by at least a B license coach.
Eventually, right? Eventually, how much B license coaches you have?
Yeah.
Unless a coach can coach 10 different teams.
27. So if you're a B license coach, you're either in the Premier League or with a
big money cup school or D cup school.
Yeah. Is he going to coach a 13-year-old with potential? I mean, most of them not going to do that unless they run their own academy and that is pay to play. Because I'm telling you, the coaches with these kind of license, they want. And all right, the other thing, Kerry, is that a lot of the coaches with the A license, they have other jobs.
Yep.
So like Vassar Reynolds is a teacher, Marion Gardner is a teacher.
Andrew's a teacher as well.
Andrew is a teacher. So most of them have other jobs. Downswell was a teacher. Omar Wedderburn, teacher. Lee Craft Letman is a teacher. So all of these guys have full-time jobs as well. Rudolph Speed has his own company. So all of them, I mean, have full-time jobs. So they really only have time to coach probably one team.
Yeah, if we could get to a place where all youth players with potential should be coached by a B licensed coach, that would be paradise. So it's a goal to aspire to eventually.
Yeah. All right. I know that you have to leave because we have gone past the hour, and I know there are some persons who want to join the show. So I mean, is there anything you want to say in closing? I mean, about, like I said, the U15 and the camp that's going on, and you know your thoughts. And I mean, I haven't even heard. I know that maybe if you weren't in Dominica, you probably have been in Australia. So give us a little bit about the Reggae Girlz because they have a very important game coming up. 3 a.m. in the morning, Jamaican time, against Colombia.
Yeah, so I'll go through it one by one, I guess. So the U14 camp, like I said before, I think it was a useful endeavor, and I think we have to start building the base so that we can expand what we're doing. In terms of identifying players with Jamaican heritage that live outside of Jamaica. With the U15s, going to see them in a bit. The game against Saudi Arabia, so you'll have a better idea. Second game of the tournament. It's going to be difficult. It's hot. It's actually raining outside, so hopefully it cools it down a little bit. But it's hot, and they're playing back to back to back. So hopefully they can rotate the team and get a result again today. And then for the Reggae Girlz, they've done us so proud. They've performed, I think, above expectations. I don't think anybody that would have come into the tournament thinking that we were gonna keep France and Brazil scoreless and be talking about quarterfinals if we beat Colombia and all of that. So just wishing them all the best in their game. I'll wake up and watch it if I can find a way to watch it over here. So good luck to all the players and to the coaching staff.
Yeah, man, wonderful. Listen, I will tell you this. There is a gentleman called Duklan. Duklan was convinced that from the very beginning, that Jamaica was going to make it. He was convinced.
If I'm having a lottery numbers, I think you need 6 lottery numbers to win it over in America. So just send out the 6.
Send out the 6.
Yeah.
You hear that, Duklan? Somebody's asking you for the numbers for the lottery and thing. But Kerry, it's always good having you to get your feedback. I mean, like I said, if we can't find the game on CONCACAF Go, tell the people how they can because you'll be doing.
Yeah. I will. I'll just jump on at the start of the game, and then I can figure out based on the comments if people are being able to get on. If they're not able to get on, I'll just go ahead and stream it. So it's on my IG. Hopefully they don't cut it off. But my IG is Kerry_Coy. So CAREY_COY.
Yeah, man. All right. Thank you, Kerry. Really appreciate you coming on as usual and giving us details and yeah, man, what's happening there. Always.
All right, bro.
I should be in it.
Somebody told me you were in Orlando. I never checked me.
No, because he said you were on the other side.
No, I was actually in Orlando. I think the same time that you were. So
no, he told me that you're on the other side. That's why I didn't call you then. But there's a little play up there that that has my same surname that.
Okay, I see. Man, link me up and let me know.
So he's going to be in Port St. Lucie for a little bit, doing some work before, So
okay, that's good. That's good.
Yes.
All right. Pleasure as always.
Yeah, but all right, that's it. Cool. All right, that was Kerry James. I mean, you talk about persons like AQ and Bam. And let me just tell you, Marlon Bennett, we call him Bam, follows the teams all over with his brethren AQ and a group of them. He lost his mom while in Australia at the Women's World Cup. So condolences to him and his family. Yeah, man. All right, we are going to progress. I think J. Ross was saying that we're exaggerating with the numbers. No, Mr. Speed. Mr. Speed is providing the numbers, So I think the numbers are accurate. I don't think he would be exaggerating. It is probably 3,000. He's a just good. All right. We have Ohini who has joined the show. Welcome. Good. Is it good afternoon? Top sound selector who was at Grand Gala yesterday, spinning some tune. Yeah. What's going on?
Why are you calling out my government name? Like, I don't jump on the show and say Omar, steady it with an apostrophe. Man is man. Afternoon. Well on.
Yeah, man, I am here. How you doing?
Well, I'm looking at a retirement plan. I can't manage this no more, brother.
What you can't manage?
I am popped down. I am back to back thing. It's a holiday weekend, man. It rough for the last week. So, anyways, sunrise off Red Hills Road. That's where the cataract will be string up today. But
Okay.
yeah, man.
Okay.
But a lot of good news. A lot of good news. I very
Let me just say
heartened.
this to you. Let me just say this to you, right?
Yeah, but
Do you know that when you appear in the comment section, your government name is what you appear as?
yes. But do you know that 60% of Jamaicans are functionally illiterate and can't read it, but when you shout it out, they hear it.
I think you should retract that statement. Why you do that, man?
Sick, but it's true. We had a long debate I had with persons about that.
I
It is
hear
the truth.
Keter. Well, what I'll say to you is that the majority of the people on this platform can read. Don't you see them commenting in the comment section, sir?
The majority of people don't comment. The majority of people just watch. Ever wonder why they don't comment?
Well, all right. You know what?
Martins,
Moving right
moving
along.
right along.
Another
Um,
people on it, but I'm going to try to get him back online. But go ahead. What say you on what we're saying?
no, I say it's a very, the whole Independence Emancipation Week has been a very good week for Jamaica. I am hoping that this culminates with Shelley and Fraser Price, the Jamaican girls sweeping the 100 meters at the World Championships. Um, Dare to dream. Maybe Jamaica, the girls can hoist that World Cup above their head. I don't know. Um, but big things are going. Congratulations to the Sunshine Girls. I don't really watch them sport, but you still have to give Jackie's jacket, and give them flowers when it's due. Third place, first time since over a decade. Third place, so well done. Jenny Fowler, that's her name.
Yes.
Big, strong Jamaica woman. Apparently, she's the best shooter now in the world. 43 goals from 44 shots. Jamaica's just doing big things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think we had some poor turnovers.
Well, I don't understand the game, so you know what I mean. I just followed it along, and just called me a wagonist there. But
Yeah, let me just ask you a question because you're a person in you're a person in the media, entertainment industry. So Michelle Montana is his name.
yes,
He was given the keys to the city of Kingston at our Grand Gala. This is not sports, so quickly I wanted to comment on it. He was given the keys to
can
the
we,
city.
can we address that matter when next you have Andre on the program?
No,
Because you would have been aware that throughout the Gold Cup, right up to our last program that we had, I keep saying Michelle Montana and a bad like vibes cartel. But look, at the end of the day,
go ahead.
Michelle Montana, little bit of artist, the vibes cartel. That may I say. But
Okay.
I don't know. I would have to look back. Seriously, though, I'd have to look back at the list of people who have gotten the keys to the city to see if Bob Marley, and Dennis Brown, Beres Hammond, Sanchez, Buju. I don't know. So I'm not a fair with it. But at the end of the day, the truth of the matter is the Minister of Culture and the Mayor of Kingston, they have the right to do that. So I'm not going to rain on their parade.
No,
You know what I mean?
what I was hoping that you'd say because he did say that he's Jamaican because he even went to school in Jamaica. So I thought you'd have gotten into that part.
That's about as equal as Andre saying he's Jamaican because we qualified for the round of 16 and Trinidad is not there. I say to all of them, I say to Andre Fortune, and I say to Michelle Montana, in 2025, if it comes down to the last game for qualification to the World Cup, the last spot, Jamaica versus Trinidad, which flag are you waving? The black, green, and gold, or the red, white, and black. And I guarantee you, Michelle Montana will be jumping behind the big truck, and cheering on Trinidad to knock Jamaica out of contention. And so would Andre. So I'm not fooled by their we are Jamaican and we are all Caribbean brethren. No, we are supporting rivals, my friend.
So Ketara, all right. We have Marlon who was joined us. So Ketara, let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
If Trinidad is playing the USA, who would you support?
Neither of them. I don't like either.
All right.
They are my. So let me say it to you as an ultra. Trinidad is our Caribbean rival.
No.
The USA. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. May I finish?
But you answered already, you know.
No, but I'm completing my answer. Trinidad. The shortest verse in the Bible is Jesus wept. It has 2 words. I answered no, neither. That's 1 word. May I even have the shortest verse? Right. So Trinidad is our Caribbean rival. I wanted St. Kitts to beat Trinidad, quite frankly, in the Gold Cup. I want anybody to beat Trinidad. USA is our biggest rival in the CONCACAF, as far as I am concerned, in terms of football. I have no love for either team. Period. But St. Lucia, St. Kitts, Barbados, Dominica, any one of them want to come to the World Cup with me? Fine. Not Trinidad. I can't support my biggest rival. But Marlon is here. He may have something to say. Marlon, what you have to say, Marlon?
Cataract, you don't ask the question, sir. You answer the question that I just asked you. You're going to ask Marlon what he has to say. I have a different thing for Marlon. All right, sir?
So it's not what's good for the goose is good for the gander?
What goose and gander are you talking about?
You pose a question to me, you don't pose it to Marlon. But I mean, hold on. So let me ask you something, man. In your wildest imagination, let me take it. In your wildest imagination, do you see Sizzler getting the keys to Port of Spain or Beres Hammond? No.
Cataract, we have moved. I ask
you.
We
have moved. Oh, okay.
I ask you a simple question because he mentioned the fact that he went to school in Jamaica. You answered and you gave your reason for your answer. Then you went on to some other things, and then I asked you if Trinidad and the USA were playing, who would you? You said none of them. You said they wanted more time. Hold on, no, you said they wanted more time to give the reason for your answer. You did. Yes. All right. Then I said you wanted to ask Marlon the same question. I said I have a different question for Marlon because you have answered completely. So can we move along because there's some important things.
But I can't ask Marlon a question. Does Zarnell Hughes walk around saying he's Jamaican because he trained at racers? Where does this end?
Cataract. All right. Thank you.
So Marlon, your time.
Cataract, do not ask, but you can give Marlon time. Cataract, what's wrong with him? All right, Marlon.
Not support either of them either.
All right. There, you didn't have to answer, but all right.
No, I stand with Cataract on that side. US and Trinidad, I don't support none of that.
Okay. All right. So Marlon, welcome to the show. Good afternoon. What a way to introduce yourself. All right. So we did talk about the U15 and stuff, and I know you're watching some of those games. So I'm going to ask you, and then I'll get to Cataract about. We're going to talk about the move that a lot of our reggae boys have moved in the summer. Right. Big up Andre in the building. Andre, don't let me say that, because if I ever say that Cataract, I go, God, I get it up. Andre, why you like to give him problems? You don't want to pull him out. But Marlon, talk to me. 2 things, right? About the moves that are being made this summer. I understand that Shamar Nicholson could be moving, Kaheem Paris could be moving, Norman Campbell could be moving, we see Cephas moving, Trevante Stewart. looks like he's heading to somewhere where Rome is around that side. I don't know. You understand me? And not the one in Waterhouse. Could be heading somewhere in.
Actually, Rome is in Maxfield.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. In Max.
Ken Cut to be precise.
Thank you so much, sir. Really appreciate the clarity. But
The
Marlon,
room. We shall
hey, he's not going to that one. All right. But tell
Q
me, I mean,
Road. Little Q Road, to be precise.
yeah, Little Q Road. All right, you're absolutely right, Ohino. But tell me, Marlon, I mean, what are your thoughts on some of these moves, good, bad? Which one do you like the most, and what are some of your expectations? And then it would also be good for you to kind of share a little bit about, the girls, the USA, big thing. They were knocked out. I mean, Nigeria just lost out on penalties to England. Many people believe that England would have dominated Nigeria, but the game ended 0-0. But give us your thoughts on those things, Marlon.
Yeah, man. Just start with the ladies first. As they embark on another game. In the early hours tomorrow morning. US. I think this World Cup has really shown that the game has really grown since 2019, right? Most of the teams are much closer than where they are now, right? If you look at the big names that are already gone home, Brazil, Germany, US, China was a big name in female football, didn't advance. So I think if you look at it now, I think the smaller teams they are developing tactics how to combat the big teams now. Because what happened in the World Cup? Two blowout game, 2 or 3 game. The England, Japan, and Germany had a game that they scored a lot of goals, but the other games have been really close, right? And I think Sweden had a big win as well. But if you look at it now, if you look at all the powers, because I had England beating
Nigeria.
Nigeria 3-0, right? And it shows you that Nigeria stayed in and fight their way through and really advanced out of it. Australia got past still looking to find their feet as a host, got past Denmark. But I think our game tonight and it's gonna be a very interesting game. But I have us winning 1-0. I think both teams really will cancel out each other, because I think if you look at both teams, or I think our defense, I think Vivian Samson will be a very key player for us in this game, because of the movement of the Colombian those 3 attackers.
Which is include
Catalina.
Caicedo.
Well, Caicedo stays on the flank most of the time, but the 2 person, the striker, Catalina and what's her name again, Myla. Those are the 2 that really rotate, right? And she's physical as well. I think the big miss for them is gonna be Manuel Veganas, the left back for them. She has been really outstanding for them, so I think she will be a big miss. But I think if we can get the midfield and really try to nullify them in the midfield, right? Because they're very strong coming on the flank. So are we as well. But I think our wingers have to show up in this game to really support Bonnie, than having Bonnie being the only person up there fighting against 3 defenders. But they are a physical team as well. So we have to look out for that. But I think we can get past them 1-0 still. I think our defense has really shown it. I don't want people to really get comfortable and say Brazil in the score on us and France in the score on us and they're better attacking team. Right. So by the time when you drop your guard on them, and the good thing, I think Lauren has really set this team up not to lose the game in the first half. All the games that you've seen, especially against the 2 big teams, you have set the team up not to really get
concede
in the first half, so they can really take their time and really keep in the game and really try to really take it to the second half. And I think if you look at us, I think our second half performance in our 3 games has been better.
Is that an indication that the team is in good physical condition? You know,
For a team that was lacking much sharpness, they lose away because I've I've seen we haven't made wholesale changes in the games, and we don't really see the players are suffering that much. Apart from Bonnie in the last game that against Brazil when she was suffering from the flu. So I think they're physical they're very good. And I say they didn't have more than the one warm-up game, right? Compared to teams that had 3 and 4 games going in. So I was worrying about the match sharpness, but I think they've held up very well. So I think the 10 days that they stayed in Jamaica and the time they spent in Holland really work out.
Yeah. And Tiffany or Tierney Wilshaw, who starts in that position for this particular game, seeing that they'll have Caicedo on that side?
I use Wilshere. I will start Tiffany over Matthews.
Okay, so you'd put her in front of Wilshere, so you'd have both of them on that side.
I think her work ethic is really good. Matthews tries a lot, but sometimes she give away the ball a lot. But I think the back four select themselves, right? Samson, she put herself out there. But I think I make a change. I think I want to see Washington get a start over Jody. I think
yeah.
Yep. I think
that would be a good. I mean, that would be like a big move.
Well, I think Mullins, every time she comes on the field, she look good. She's fearless.
Yeah.
She's fearless.
But does she give you that work defensively like Jody Brown does? That's the question.
I don't think so. And I think that's when you basically have Primus and Becky asking them more to Spencer to do more in the midfield and a defensive standpoint. I think Jodie has really if you look at Jodie, I think she's doing a lot defensively. And whenever most of the time she get a chance to really to go on the counter, the energy is not there. And I think against those two physical defenders, Bonnie gonna need the support. I think she can really put that support to her, because I said she's fearless. You see, she came on against France, right?
Yeah.
She took out the 4 players, came against Brazil same, and she did the same thing. So I think we can put something out there different, a different dimension on the field.
Yeah. So the only change you would make is you would start Washington over Jody Brown.
And Cameron over Matthews.
And Cameron over Matthews, or 2. So wouldn't you put Washington over on that side and keep Jody Brown? Would you do that? Are you starting Cameron? Or could you start Jody Brown and Washington?
I would like to see Jody. I like to see Jody coming off the bench. Yeah, I think our second half has been better. Because even the Panama game that we won, the first half she was poor. She was really poor. And the second half she came out. I don't know what Lauren told her, but she came out. She looked like a player possessed out there. And even Blackwood has been one of our better players. But if you analyze the first half of our game, she hasn't been that good. But the second half she comes out, she's a different player. And it's both of them playing on the left hand side.
Okay.
Honest man.
Go ahead, Keterk. I was just going to ask you, what are your thoughts now on?
No, when you have in such esteemed company as Marlon, when it comes to women football, staying on my own lane.
Is football in general doing know? He's very good at discussing football in general, not just women's football.
I am not a pundit of women's football. So, Marlon, I had a couple of questions. One, would you change a successful formula? You're unbeaten, haven't conceded any goals. Why would you advocate for changing the successful formula? That's the first question, and then I'll ask the other one, Manning's man permitting.
Right. I just think if you're looking to really win the game, as I think if we can get an early goal on them, I think the first 20 minutes of this game will be very crucial. right? If we can get them get an early goal on them, we saw them against Morocco, right? And that's where I saw that we can really get at them if we attack them early and get an early goal and really control the game there. Because as I said, both of us are basically 50-50. We're not the two best ball playing team. They have quality players, we have quality players. But I just feel that she has something to add. And as I said, I think Matthews has been one of the poorer players for us. If you compare out of our starting lineup for the 3 games. So that's why I said I'd have brought on Cameron. She came on. She looked good against Brazil. She started against Panama and looked very well as well.
But doesn't the Marla because Ketterak asked a very good question. Why would you change a winning formula? Because that formula seemed to have provided a good defensive solidity. So could you, by including someone else like a Washington, you open up yourself defensively, though you may be better going forward? Or should the coach say, listen, the Colombians are, because they play so much on the flanks, could they be also exposed on the counter on the flanks with the Jody Brown and stuff? And so we could use their advantage against them, or their strengths against them. Go ahead.
I think and that's really the thing when I analyze it. I think with her speed and direct speed, I think that's where I have her for the quick counter.
Okay. All right, we're gonna come back because Ketterak has a second question, but we have Ardian, the girl named champion of the lane, on the line. Welcome, Ardian.
Yeah, man. I mean, I didn't sugar no complain, you know. I mean, they want to detain. Yeah. Bless up yourself.
Yes, sir.
Man. Yeah, man. You know, may agree with Marlon in a sense, you know, because here what? Remember saying, no, man, I know a group stage, just, you know. This is a knockout stage. You have to play for win. And you see the thing about this? The question should ask, are we good at kicking penalties, taking penalties? I mean, no say they must show with some girl from it.
Hold on, Ardian. Man, them say you're close. Full of man, them say
Full of steel. Full of steel.
Man, say you're close.
Yeah, man, my clothes full of stain because I made the girl and went up with the champagne, you know?
All right. All right.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah. So me I say, man, what me I say is this. Are we good at taking penalties? See? Because, you know, the longer the game go, but if I go play defense and then continue, I go attack us and stuff like that. I think this is a game where we have to balance. We have to balance everything. I mean, we attack and everybody come back to defend. And one more thing. I mean, eyes will be on Bonisha. So I think this is a time that Jody Brown, you know, could find more space and step up. If Jody Brown and my girl up at the front there. So me I say we can't that in other game, we can't sit back and say we are defend. We have to defend, we have to attack. We attack together, we defend together. You understand? They are very, very skillful player. Very, very skillful player. And they have more than one in the midfield and the attack. You understand? So yeah, we have to be mindful of that and everything. But we can't make them feel comfortable, man. We can't make them feel like, say, boy, they will hurt you. Trust me, they will hurt you. So we have to attack and we have to defend. You understand me? Someone talk about counter attack and stuff like that. But let me tell you something, man. You see, sometimes the best way of defend is to attack. And you see, if we start on a positive note, put them underneath pressure for the first 25 minutes and see what they make out of. Then them are gonna realize, yo,
Ardian, somebody just got a text about your analysis, right? Because you said, right, we have to defend and attack in football.
I word to ask, man, is what else is there to do?
The group.
What else is there to do?
The group stage management. The group stage. The group
No,
stage management. We sit back, right?
Yeah.
We sit back in the group stage because them there was, I mean, better team. I mean, when in a sense. So we sit back and we wait for grind out a 1 point in a 2 game. We grind out 2 point. Okay, I'm saying this is a run of death. Either you stay or you go home. So I'm saying if you just stay back and let Colombia attack you, they will score because they have player can hurt you. No, we must make them know that we can hurt them also. You understand? We have to put their defense underneath pressure. So the longer the game go, we go penalty shootout. This is the question I'm asking. Are we Jamaicans good at taking penalties? Do we have the leg that can last 120 minutes? These are the questions we're asking.
Sorry, man. I hate to do this. Are Colombia good at taking penalties? Does Colombia have the legs for 120 minutes? Why are you questioning our side and not the opposition? But the most important question, Arden, remember say you get wet up in the champagne and you not drink the champagne.
All right.
I just want to ask you. No, I just want to ask Arden.
This is about my side, so therefore, me have to ask this question.
All right, hold on, Arden.
These are questions with me have to ask.
Good question.
No,
So let me
a question I want to ask, is
just ask Cataract.
you said you have to attack and defend.
Cataract.
Oh,
All right,
oh.
so, Cataract. When you ask him the question, all I'm going to ask you to do, because I'm going to let you, is to give him the chance to answer. So ask the question, Cataract, and then RDN you can answer. Let's have some order. Go ahead, Cataract.
Okay, no problem at all. You said that we have to attack and defend. But I just wondered what else is there to do in the football game? Those are my 2 questions for RDN.
Okay. All right. I'm glad you asked that question. You need some clarification. I see what you mean. I'm going to take it to school. Right now. Okay.
Marriage man. This is not the partner draw show. This is I Am Sure Sports.
Cataract, then let him answer, no man. Just let him answer.
Okay. So, all right. This is it. This is what I was saying clearly. Okay. We play a ball game where even in the men teams, it was since when we start doing some serious attacking. Okay, so but I was simply saying, Cataract, we cannot just sit back and just form a defensive line and let them come at us for the whole 90 minutes. You understand? We have to let them know that we have power up front too, and we have danger up front too. You understand? So I don't want Jamaica to play this game as if they were playing a France or they were playing a Brazil in the group stages. Right? I want them go out and know say a 2 teams up on the field and them more powerful than we. Anything they can do, we can do it too. But when we sit back, if give them confidence that they can come at us with all guns blazing. This is what I'm saying, Cataract. So yeah, we have to defend, and we have to defend good. What I was saying, Cataract, is that we attack, and when we attack and we need to defend, we come back and we all defend. This is what I'm simply saying.
All right, Cataract. Well done.
Did I say something wrong?
Well done. You said you were schooling him, so you answered. So let me hear Cataract's response. Do you understand what he was saying, Cataract?
I am more clueless than when he started. Because hold on. I don't know, and I have not seen the 3 games. Maybe Marlon, and I'll always either Jamaica sitting back. I saw teams who have been knocked out of the competition, so we can't assume that Colombia is some walkover because they are actually in the phase, and Brazil is not in that phase. Right? You can either attack or defend, but you have to respond and have a game plan. Now, there are many teams that get very far on counter-attacking football. But what I want to challenge most the management to say to Arden, in this round or a knockout phase, because the group of that finish, The idea has always been not to lose the game and not to concede the goal because it's harder to claw your way back to get the draw, the equalizer, and then to get the go ahead goal. So most teams in a knockout phase, and Marlon, you can correct me if I'm wrong if it's different from in football, you play not to concede. And as the game gets further and further, tired legs kick in, mistakes kick in, tactical changes become important, and it becomes a tactical chess game. Most knockout games, right? So I am not certain what our data is referring to, but Marlon, you can tell me if the women's game is different from the men's game.
Before Marlon come in.
Hold on, Ardian, because I'm going to read, I got a comment, which is agreeing with what Ardian is saying and a couple of persons in the comment section. And in fairness, though, Cataract, and this is the issue, you have, how many of the Jamaican games you have watched in entirety?
All of them.
You watch all the Jamaican games in this?
All of them.
Okay, all right, cool. How many
But
of the
not,
Colombian?
not hold on, not in an analytical sense, but just watch it and enjoy it.
Okay, so do you how many goals have Jamaica scored thus far?
Uno.
All right, and do you know it was from a corner?
Yes, with a young lady named Swaby, a defender scoring the header.
Yeah,
I watched the game.
Yeah, man. And against Panama. The point I am making is this. What Ardian is saying, and this is what the texter is saying as well, is that we need to be more offensive because thus far there have been a higher concentration on the defensive work of the team. The truth is, I think because France and Brazil are what we would call higher ranked team and teams that were expected to go on, that would have been the posture for those games. So I think the point that Ardian is making is that coming into this game, while we respect the opponent, we still should be good defensively, but we have to offer more going forward. I think that is the point he's making. But you said you wanted Marlon to respond, so I'm going to throw it over to Marlon to give his thoughts, and then I will have Ardian say his closing points, and then we take a next call. Go ahead, Marlon, because Ketarak wanted you to respond to that.
Yeah, man. As you said before, I think when you're in a tournament and you're in a group in a group of four teams, right? You always see the main aim is how you're gonna get your points, right? Right. As I said, we got the first points against France, right? Right. I think 100% of us will say, guess what? Right? Everybody had us beat in Panama. Right? I think the whole question was if we could do damage control against France. France is a better team in the zone, right? But I think when going up and drawing against France, I think that was an eye opener for us, right? France was dominant; they were the better team, right? But it's a result game, and we got the result that we want. But even the things about it, Amanis, we've been defending, yes. Well, but guess what? The disappointment I have now. We have gotten opportunities and we haven't scored them. Right? We got 2 chances against Brazil in that stage of the game. We got a couple openings against Panama, right? And we still didn't score those from opening play. So the chances are coming. Although we have been defending, we still got chances to really seal the game against Brazil, right? Bonnie got one. Wilshire got one as well. Washington got one as well. So the opportunities are there. There's a lot was in the first half against Panama. Even the second half, Jody had a couple openings as well. McKenna had a few as well. So I think the finishing aspect of our game isn't there. But as Ketarak said, it's a different game now. We're not looking to advance on the zone. We're looking to move on to the quarterfinal. So at some stage, you have to come out and attack. Right? You cannot really go and say you're gonna play for penalty. Because penalty is not a given, as we have seen so far in the tournament. So we have to have the right balance. We have to have the right balance in attack and defense. So I think the attacking player will have to come and focus more on attacking a bit, but still do the defensive work. So that's why I said the back four and Samson will be very, very vital to how we perform in that game. But as well, we need attackers to come to the party. The defense have stand up. The goalkeeper has been excellent, but we haven't seen that attacking part of the game as yet.
Okay.
Marins,
What? All right.
Marins,
All
I
right.
just want to follow up to Marlon and
Yeah,
even
man,
to
hold on.
yourself. And even
Hold
to
on, hold on.
yourself.
Yeah, man, Keterak, I'm going to allow you to speak, man, because I did say that I was going to allow Ardian to say his last piece. So Ardian, just allow me to let Keterak speak, and then I'll let you.
No, and it's the audience. The real question is, isn't this the same complaints that we were having or I heard levied against the Reggae Boys in the Gold Cup? That the front four not scoring any goals, and we depend. It's from a set play. We were scoring from open play, and the fact that in the what Ordain was suggesting, that you go out and try to go on some sort of attacking, gallivanting in the first 25 minutes to show people who you are, and we have the. That's not how I know tournament knockout phase football goes. I am one who believe in the school of Brian Clough. If they don't score against you, you can't lose. If you don't concede, you can't lose. In the playing time, it goes to penalties. So that is the first instruction. So Ardian, the man them here, what go?
Yeah. All right, so
Okay.
Ardian, say
So
your
let me
last piece,
answer.
and then you can go. Yeah. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so I want Manning's man tell me this. Marlon, you Keterak, and also the people them in the comment. So half them. Me not really understand a lot about football. No. Me not learning process still, Keterak. You know them thing a long time. Me understand that. No.
So how you school me and you learners?
Hold on, no man.
Keterak,
Wait,
let the
no
man
man.
finish, the
Wait,
man.
no.
Uninterrupted.
Wait, no man.
Go ahead, Ardian.
With my eye test. With my eye test. So oftentimes we see, Manning's man, we see a Jamaica team where even the ladies team with Bonnie Shaw alone up front. And there is no one to pass the ball to. She have to take a shot maybe from far out, and she have to take a shot under pressure. What Keterak said earlier on, that's a lie. When I said I want Jamaican to go all out attack, and no. Yeah. But you have to balance the thing. But don't be intimidated by them. And I want you to answer me this, Keterak. If Jamaica is going to defend, right, and the Colombian have the ball and they are passing the ball around, and Jamaicans are going to run at them, who at the 90 minutes will be tired? No most who are running the ball, Keterak? And you were saying that grind it out until 90 minutes until extra time. And I'm saying no. I'm saying defend well, but make them know we cannot have to. Make them know say we have people who can put the ball in at them. Make them get scared too. So balance the thing in defense and in forward. So I don't want at the end of it, Jamaican run on the ball because they're underneath pressure, and then no legs in at the 90 minutes if we go to extra time. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, man. Bless up on yourself.
Yeah, man. Ardian, big up yourself every time. All right? Bless up.
Yeah, man.
You didn't find this in yet?
Right,
you didn't find this in yet?
No, man, is one.
All right, boss. Cool.
Bless up, man.
Yeah, man.
All right,
bless
brother. Bless you.
All right, that was Ardian. All right, I'm going to give Keterak an opportunity to respond. Listen, I heard recently that Crystal wasn't doing well, so our prayers are up for her as well. Hope that she has been. That's Crystal from Talawa TV. That just came to my attention. So hope she's doing well. I'm just going to ask you, if you're watching and you have not yet, please hit the like button. And if you're not a subscriber to the channel, go ahead and subscribe to the channel as well. You can also share the content. All right. We still have some more time to go. So do that. Let us get this video to 100 likes as soon as possible. All right. Marlon and Keterak, this will be the 6th game that Khadija Shaw, one of the top strikers in women's football in the world, not just Jamaica, but in the world, got voted in the Caribbean as and CONCACAF as the top player as well. I don't think there has been a Jamaican outside of her who has received that award. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but she has won that award. She has not yet scored a goal. Is that down to her being getting in better positions, or it's more about the team getting the ball to her in better goal scoring position? And how do we address that? Does it mean that we probably have to let Drew have more say offensively? How do we get her to at least get 3 good chances per game? All right, so I'll go to you first, Marlon, for you to give your thoughts on that, and then we'll hear from Cataract.
Well, to be fair, Mannings, the 2 games she has played against the 2 big opponents, right? If she didn't have that suspension, I know definitely should have scored against Panama. But we all know her quality, and right, and you can see the fear factor even against Brazil and France. How the defense they know. Remember, she was at Bordeaux for 2 seasons, right? And you really saw Renard, the French captain, really put on that physicality on her, because they were 2 big rivals in their days in playing in France, right? Against Brazil, you basically see it same, and she was 100% fit. So, but she haven't really gotten the openings to score the goal, apart from the one that the counter attack when she got, and I think she could have taken another touch on the ball and score. She went for the shot on the edge of the 18 box. But I think it's time for her to deliver, as this is gonna be her 5th World Cup game. So, and as a top striker, one of the top striker in female football worldwide, I think this is the game for her to come out and really deliver now, to really put her name out there, because she went there as personal that she was one of the top scorers in the Women's Premier League, right? So that is still up there, right? So she was a person who was in scoring goals for us get to the World Cup as well. So it's time for her to deliver now, and it's the same goal for Jodie as well. As though this is gonna be Jodie's 6th game in World Cup, and she hasn't scored as yet. And those are 2 persons that has really been for our best players going through.
All right, we have a caller. We have a couple of calls. So Cataract, I'm going to come to you. Just let me just take this call. Welcome to the show. None other than Tennessee.
Yeah, man. Big up Cataract, man.
Yeah, man. What's it?
Yeah, man. I see a lot of people worried about the team play defensive and thing, but you think we could have played a way different against Brazil and France? Because I believe if we try to play the way different, we would have lost the match. You understand? And what I see from the coach, I think the coach is very smart. If you notice, he played a different game against Panama than what he plays against Brazil and France. So I think Colombian game, you will see a different game from Jamaica. And I hear people complain about tiredness. But I watch all the game. I know Colombia play the same starting 11 in all 3 matches. And when they lose against Morocco, they themselves would complain and say they players them tired. You understand? But I think our team, I think the coach kind of rotate the team. Because the team that played against France, I think it was a different team that played against Panama. You understand? So I think we can win the match, Money. I don't think Colombia is better than Jamaica. And I think tonight we'll see a different game from Jamaica.
Okay. All right. Appreciate your thoughts, Tennessee. I think that's good observation. Again, the fact that you highlighted what the coach is doing, that the coach plays the game based on the team that he's playing. So they look like there's a lot of analysis and scouting of the opponent, just how he sets up how the team attacks and defend. In all of those games so far, they have been different. So that's a good observation. Yeah, man.
Yes, I have to know who you are playing against. Because I see a lot of people that say, oh, we play defensive and defense. But we couldn't play no way defense against France and Brazil. Because remember those teams, and even though I hear a lot of people say, they expect Jamaica to win. Money, I watch the team all the time, and I never expect Jamaica to come out and win. You understand?
Yeah.
So I think we see a different game tonight, and Colombia play the same starting 11 in every game. So if we complain about tiredness, I hear their coach complain about tiredness too. I don't know if because they lose the game against Morocco why they're saying that, but I remember Morocco beat them and we beat Morocco just before the tournament started. So I don't think Colombia better than Jamaica. I just think, you know, the coach play a team them according to a certain team when I play. That play as a certain team a certain way. So big up on the tell, man. I'm there going.
Yeah, man. All right. Respect every time, Tennessee. Yeah, man.
All right.
We have Tiga to us join the show, but Cataract, you heard the question, and so I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond, and then we're going to take a next call after Cataract before we introduce Tiga. We also Marlon, this is Cranky, why he's asking why she cannot get by her marker even in the first game. I think you were talking about Bonishaw, so that's a question from Cranky for you.
Cranky,
why
Cranky, she was up against the back four. She was against the back four though. So Renard is 2% one, right? And she was defending for most of her life on the field instead of attacking. And I think that's why she got the cards. It was out of frustration. She wasn't getting the ball, right? She just got caught up in defending, and she made those two mistakes with the tackles.
Yeah, and I think, listen, I think that this whole, I don't, let me let Ketara come in before I make my point, because I think sometimes we miss one of the biggest impact that big players have on a team. And I don't know if Ketara knows it, but I am going to make that point if he doesn't bring it up. But Ketara, what say you about Sean not scoring thus far? And is it like I said, she's not been given the ball enough in goal scoring position, or it is her movement that she needs to improve on, or is it just the fact that we have been forced to defend? What say you?
I think it will be a combination of the all three. But big players either do two things. Either you attract the attention of double team or triple team, make intelligent runs off the ball, pull defenders and markers out of position, which would allow your fellow attackers to score. I think that's what we saw a lot of Michael Antonio doing in the Gold Cup. But there's also a point that in order for a lot of teams to be successful, big name players have to show up on the day. And this is the business end of the competition. Either you take care of your business or your business done. So we look forward, and I think that happened with the Reggae Boys against Mexico, where, okay, Michael had made room and made the way for 5 or 6 other players to come on the score sheet. But there comes a time when the marquee player, the name brand player, the big boy or the big girl in the team has to grab the game by the scruff of the neck and take the team over the finish line. No, that would be my view of what is happening with Bonishaw. But I would then pose a question based on my reading that she was not well in the last game that we played, and that might have led to her performance. And then I would challenge in this time when someone says England has qualified for the quarterfinals, and England didn't score any goals. So you can qualify for the next round without scoring a goal. What you can't do is concede, and you can't have mistakes being made. You can't turn over the ball a lot, and you have to defend as a team and attack as an attacking unit. It's the basics of football, but let us see. I know you have a caller on Tigat, so
yeah,
but I have a very important question for Marlon when we go around.
All right, so let me go to Tigat. Tigat, welcome to the show. Good afternoon. How you doing,
Good afternoon, morning, man. Sorry to be late in class. but it's nice to have you back.
Yeah,
How you
man. Bless
doing,
up
sir?
every time. Always a pleasure, man. A little tired, you know. You know how the traveling thing goes, but yeah,
Yes.
giving that.
All right. So what's my question now?
I mean, just give us your thoughts on the girls' game. Seeing that you
Okay.
just, what
The
are your
girls has
expectations? Yeah.
okay. The girls has been playing really, really good. You understand? And the coach, Mr. Lauren Donaldson, is brilliant. I never expect this coach is so was so good. He's a thinking coach. He knows what to do at the right time, and he's pushing his button at the right time. You understand? If you look on all the games, he went up and he played France, and he said he want a point, and a point they did receive. And he went up against Panama, they got 3 points. Went up against Brazil, he said he told them that it's going to be a dog fight, it's going to be a war, and he prevailed. Brazil coming with a must win. They had to win to go through. Jamaica had to draw or win, but a point would have taken them through. And Brazil came to attack and to win. So if we had gone up, say we're gonna play attacking football with Brazil, attack to attack, you understand? Who would come out the victor? Against Brazil would have slaughtered us. You understand? But he played good and we came out to a point and we're now in round of 16. Now against Colombia, I'm not thinking he's going for a draw. I think he's going to go to get 2 quick goals and then go back into defense mode. But I don't think he's coming out to defend. I think he's going to try to score and then move on to the quarterfinal. But so far, Coach Donaldson has been doing an excellent job. I can't just believe it. He's doing the right thing at the right time, making substitution, making changes. You understand? Putting players. You understand that fit the occasion. You see, one time he started Tiffany Cameron. One time he started Carter. You understand? And he's been doing excellent. And none of these players have not failed. Nobody can say this player should not start. This player should come on. He's been doing the right thing. And that's really good for the women football so far. Brilliant coach.
Yeah. Wonderful. I have to big up this person, right? This is Gary Brooks. We met him, in the Gold Cup. So if you don't know, you understand me, this man wear one of the 1998 jerseys. All right. And he's always at the corner flag. So every time we score in the Gold Cup, the players always run to where he is it up. So big up Gary. All right. So people hit the like button if you have not done so yet. Those are very good thoughts, Tiga, because sometimes I think we don't highlight the importance of coach and analysis going into games. That a lot of decisions that are made by coaches are driven by stats and analysis, and because we're not aware of that, we see the play on the field. But I can't say I don't think Colombia, we like Jamaica can score and Jamaica will score, but when we have played the harder nations, I think we can nick a goal, we may score 2, but generally it is the solid defense that we play that normally cause us to triumph. And so I think we may score in this game. I believe that Colombia, though, will struggle to break us down defensively because they use a lot of pace on the outside areas, and we have a lot of pace. I think as well that and this is Ketarak alluded to this earlier, where we have to give Khadija Shaw a lot of credit is teams play deeper because of the threat that she provides. And so when you don't have a forward that is a threat, when you have players who are not a threat to your opponent, they tend to play higher and close the gaps on the field. Because we have such good pace in the wide areas and the power of Khadija Shaw, what happens, it forces team to not press us high up the field because they're afraid of us on the counter. So I don't think a player not scoring is like a big player not scoring should be seen as the big player did not turn up, because turning up to me is more about the result that we get at the end of the game than a goal being scored. If at the end of the game we win and that big player was triple teamed or double teamed and that created other space on the field and we won the game, I think there's an unfairness to say the big player did not turn up, right? So that is how I see it. I think we have to be very careful how we measure the impact of big players, because you don't have to score. Because what if your big player is a CDM? I don't think you have to score to have an impact when you're the big name on the team, because you may affect the game in other intangibles in the game. And so that's how I see it. I think if we win this game, right, Marlon, we are up against England.
Yeah, definitely.
That will be a mouth-watering clash without what's her name, Lauren James. That is a sister of Reese James, who I think we're trying to at least consider if she could represent Jamaica. That didn't work out, but she's out of the next round. Say we beat, hypothetically speaking. I mean, are you looking forward to Jamaica going up against England?
I think it's a dream matchup for especially the girls that are born in the UK. It will be a dream matchup for them, right? And as I say, we know the threat of England. I think Lauren is gonna be a big miss for them, but they still have a lot of threats same way. Richard Daly, Russell, right? The defense has been good same way. Walsh in the middle, Stanway. They still have right. The defense has been.
Hold on, Marlon. Person, when you're calling, right? I hear somebody talking. If I answer the call, you have to mute the phone because we're gonna get a feedback. All right. So go ahead, Marlon. Sorry about that.
As I said advancing against getting past them, and I basically think when we saw us having the opportunity to advance out of it, I even
hold on a sec, caller. We have somebody else, on the floor.
We're talking about a dream quarterfinal game, right? A dream quarterfinal game would have been England versus Jamaica. So it's like England is there waiting now, so it could be in the making.
All right. Respect for that, Marlon. Keter, before I come to you and Tiga, let me just state this call. Caller, welcome to the show. This is Gunner's boss. Bless up. Welcome to the show, man. I hope you celebrated with the rest of Jamaica or independence. 60.
No, I work with them. I'm rich like Keter and Mr. and the Arsenal and Denver Nuggets own a brother. I'm not rich like them, so I can't have holiday in a Jamaica when I not get Jamaica in America. I work.
But you can celebrate the holiday and still be at work,
How?
Just wear Jamaican colors. Wear Jamaican colors.
This morning.
You never know, Keter said John Cross said no work past Sunday.
But today I'm Monday. You're mad. Something
Independence was yesterday, sir.
It's Monday. Okay, then me never know. Yesterday, well, I didn't know that. I stayed home and rest yesterday, watch TV and sleep all day.
You didn't know that? You didn't know that yesterday was the 6th of August?
Man, no, I didn't. I know it was the 6th of August, but me left Jamaica for so long now that me not check on Jamaican holidays no more unless me see them pop up for me news feed or somebody tell me about it. I know something when me really know when I Easter, Independence or them things there. Because I know that they celebrate it. When me there Jamaica now, me know.
All right. Moving right along. That's a very strange answer, I will say. Moving right along.
I true me I tell them. I have too much other things I concentrate than to keep up our holiday. When we nothing say Jamaican, we should have holiday last week and this week.
No, fine.
We don't rich like cranky.
What I'm saying that it's fine if you don't take a holiday, but you can remember the occasion. Like this is the independence of your nation. Like you don't forget the 4th of July, do you?
Not ever a barbecue.
I am a Jamaican. That's the thing. I'm a Jamaican. I
No,
don't
no,
celebrate.
no, you don't. No, man. Listen
No
what I'm
holiday,
asking.
America.
What I'm saying to you, you don't celebrate the holiday, but you remember the 4th of July is what?
The 4th of July is one of them independent. One of them day after America.
All right. So right.
The day when the 4th of July was the day when they eat all the hot dogs and all those and that processed meat and stuff there.
Right. So that's what all I'm saying is that you should always remember the 6th of August. It don't mean that you take a holiday and you go out and no. All I'm asking you is yeah. All right.
Let me give you a bigger joke than that. Now, I think I remember my 5 children birthday. I don't remember one of my 9 grandkids them birthday, and I don't even remember my mother birthday. Unless somebody remind me.
You don't remember mama?
All right. Good as well.
Birthday, Mr. Birthday.
Birthday.
See if you remember my birthday, Cataract, don't come here with the mother shaming. And she if you remember my birthday, and she bring me there. And me bring
all right, let's Cataract stop. Let's go to sports. Good as boss. I don't think you're doing yourself any justice. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Hear this now. I've been listening from earlier on. Mr. James is still on the program.
Mr. James?
That was Mr. James.
No. Kerry. No, Kerry's Kerry. He's not on.
So just me and Mr. Crunky and Mr. Cataract here now.
T got Marlon and Cataract are on. Tom, Tom. T got Ohini, Marlon, Tom.
And Tom Cat.
No, man, no Tom Cat business. T got
sure that Tom and Jerry, the brother.
O is for Ohini and M is for Marlon. Tom.
So let me ask you something now. Marlon, Cataract, and Tom. Marlon. Oh, Marlon. I know Marlon are the representative to the reggae boys community. And now do nothing to the reggae girls community. I have a problem with Marlon.
Hold on. Management. Is this better drinking at the job?
I think you're mixing up Marlon, man.
Hold on. He mix up a whole thing.
It's the reggae boys organization, man. The diaspora, man.
Yeah.
Who is doing nothing for the reggae girls. But let me talk about the
for the reggae girls. All right. Leave that alone. Mercy. Go ahead.
Leave that alone. Him will defend that when he comes. Because you see Cataract, they are chow for the bait, you know. Him want to have something to defend. Me not touch you to the Cataract. Me call Creed. Me call T still my last card. You don't drop a one bullet for you, but I will be finished. All right. No, man. I hear earlier when Mr. James Kerry was on and things, because you know me there from earlier. He was saying something about it was you querying about the United States might not allow Jamaica.
Marlon, the management drop out.
Hold on,
Manage, you fell off, manage.
I'm still here. Yeah, go ahead, Gunnar as well. Let him, yeah.
Yeah, it was Cataract. Sometimes you have to cool, man. No music now play right now. And no DJ in there right. No selector in there right now. So we don't need you for your DJ. You just fall back man, and wait till the thing make me head no good. Yeah, mix me up. When you jump in a little while, you throw me off a track, brother. Come on, man. You ain't gotta be stepping on my car like that, homie. Chill, man. Fall back, my homie. Chill. Yeah, because yourself, Cataract. You know. So I was saying, the conversation I think was about US might not allow players that they develop in their academy and their system, universities or whatever, based on the birthright thing. They might not allow them to come to Jamaica or other places to play in the near future.
Yeah, we're just asking questions, seeing that there are so many players who would have been developed in the American system, who would have represented other nations. If we could see some sort of system where they try to limit that Kier was saying that he doesn't think that would be a possibility because a lot of the parents start out paying for their kids for these developments. So a lot of them didn't go into an American academy per se, operated by American Soccer Association kind of a thing. So, he was saying that he doesn't see that as a possibility. So that was really
Well,
what the discussion. Yeah, go ahead.
I've been listening to a lot of podcasts, as you know, because now I'm watching the TV much on the radio, because it's better we come to YouTube and Apple and iTunes and Spotify and get the thing when we're at our leisure. So that's what we think now. But I've been listening to a lot of podcasts, and I have been hearing people being disgruntled the way how this United States team fall out of the World Cup as the number one team entering and them get knocked out in the second round at the round of 16 the way they did. And the way how you never know, they might try to change some things because they are saying that the female are the younger youth them then. The younger teams them have not won anything in the world in a while now. It never used to be like that some years back. So they are saying that the production of football in America is falling off. The playing, the competition is a fall. And maybe they are the ones to be blamed for this because they are the ones who have the rest of the world playing woman football the way how it's being played now. So you never know what can be happening because so once America upset for them not winning and people are taking tragedies who can help them win, it might change. But then again, how you going to change it when you only can field 21 to 23 players for each competition and you have thousands, millions of students across the universities, high school universities, and academies in the United States. It's a hard call because I don't think that if there's an academy, if IMG have a wing that do soccer, football as them, you can tell me we spend my hard-earned cash to go to send my son to IMG to where to let him play if I choose to send him to Jamaica or allow him to play here or send him to Canada or somewhere. It's up to me. But at the end of the day, the people with the better kids, the better players will always stay. The best players will always be in America. So it won't be a big problem. Moving from this now.
Okay.
Moving from this now to the jersey thing now. As you know, my son him supposed to come on your show one of these days and come talk about some development and how them do it and how him get things done. Even though him not do soccer, but coaching and youth development in a sports and youth development. So one person can bounce from half to the other. He have a system now where him have jerseys for the kids to play in. The parents pay for these jerseys. They collect a certain amount of money from the player, from the people, the youth parents, and they pay for the jersey. But in so doing, they also have a line of jersey that he sells as merch on his internet that if people want jersey, them can buy jersey. Just like how you have I Am Sure Sports, and I asked you. Last year you come up with some merch. I thought the merch closet would be full by now. Socks, cups and other things. We not hear no shirt that come out for the 3rd anniversary. Me not hear nothing go on. I am a capitalist. I want to see money in I Am Sure Sports. Where is the merch? Where are the merch management?
All right, the merch is coming. Remember, we have a time when we do the merch. So we're going to release it the same time that it was released the last time. The same date. Remember, the 2023 edition.
I want to see the I Am Sure Sports shop on the internet with socks.
Okay.
If you can sell all shoes and jeans, you sell them. We want to see the closet on the internet. I Am Sure Sports. That means we don't want to just go there once a year to get one shirt. We want to know, say, if me have $100, when we put it in Isaiah, we want to know, say, we can put it in there and something come to me sometime. I do a long time, me not put nothing in there. So put up some merch, man. Because if you put up some merch, you reach people everywhere. Everybody me see right now, Let me tell you something.
You have 1 minute.
Me give information.
Yeah.
I have a minute. If I 1 minute, you can't cut me off. I mean, I hear nobody after.
You mean for nobody now call you? How much time the phone a beep? Come, Cheese and peace.
Man is mad. You know, say the show go on, you know. And when the show go on, sometimes, you know, when the line dead, me will call back. So here when me I go say now. Let me leave it at the merch and make you take some other call. And if the show run for another hour, me not see nobody a call and get a talk foolishness, you call back and challenge it. Big up on yourself, people in the comments. Remember when me telling you, say, and me, before even the brother come on earlier, Mr. James come down about USA might stop today. I did come here and say, oh no, I beat me. When me say, where we are going to do, if we not develop no player locally and the foreign people, them stop we from take them player.
No, they don't belong. Hey, no. All right. Hey, Gunners boss.
Go ahead, man. Let me left it man. Let me fight the people in the comment.
No, go fight them in the comment. Don't fight. Go and fight them in the comment section by making a comment. All right?
Man, did Gunners boss just admit to being Donald Trump's right-hand man?
Hold on, Keter. Hold on. All right, Gunners boss.
No, man.
Hold on. Hold on. All right. Yeah, man. All right. So let me say this. Gunners boss. The people do not belong to the United States of America. They are Jamaicans living there. They are Jamaicans living in England, Jamaicans living in America. Big up Tony, pugilist boy from Arsenal, 101 Arsenal. Big up yourself. We have Mr. Speed who has joined us, but Cataract, you were going to say something. So let me do that. I have a couple of calls that are coming in, but go ahead, Cataract. You were going to say something.
I'm going to just be less than, because
go ahead.
I am flabbergasted by Gunners boss. Lord of His mercy. So Marins, the question I had, which I really wanted for Marlon, maybe Mr. Speed, I don't know how versed he is on the women's football game.
Hold on, caller. Go ahead,
I know he's no Elaine Foster Brown when it comes to women's football. But
Cataract. Caller, we are getting a lot of feedback.
Yes. Hold on.
Just yeah. So
okay, no feedback.
All right. So I'm going to get to you. Just give me a sec. Let Cataract finish. Is Elaine Walker Brown?
Elaine Walker Brown. Right. But Marlon, this schoolers from Colombia that everybody afraid of in the middle of the park. How much of a threat is she? How does Jamaica nullify that threat? Is this the game that Drew Spence will have to make her name? Does she have too much miles on the clock, Lady Drew? Or is she up to challenge this young upstart? My question about the midfield.
So let me take the caller because if you ask the question, Marlon is going to have to answer and stuff. So let me take the caller, all right? And then you can just keep the question. Caller, go ahead, because we're having the connection not so good. So just go ahead, make your point, and then we can respond. Welcome to I Am Pure Sports.
Man, this is the Antiguan friend calling.
Oh, how you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm presently in Curacao with the B League on the 15 Convoy Cup tournament.
Is in Curacao or your group or the B League?
The B League, yeah. I'm in a smaller league in Jamaica.
Oh, I didn't know that they had a B League. Okay, we are in the A League. And you're
they have the A League, the B League, and the C League. The A League and C League are playing in Santo Domingo, and the B League is playing in Curacao.
Okay. Has Antigua played?
They played Bonnier yesterday afternoon, and it was a tough match. We won 2-0, but the crowd was predominantly Bonniers, and our guys had to overcome some intensity in the first half. But we stayed the course, and at the end of the day, we won 2-0. And this afternoon at 4 o'clock, we're going to play St. Kitts, and then Bonnier and Curacao playing at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
And that would be a very interesting game.
Okay, so that means is this like if you win this group, you go to the next group, or it's just how they break it down?
You go to a playoff, like a quarterfinal, then you have a semifinal, and then you have a final, and also you have a third place game.
Okay, awesome. That's good, man. Yeah. All right.
This might be consistent throughout.
Okay, awesome.
All the different leagues.
Yeah, man. But what you want to add to the program today? And thank you for that information
Well,
you just shared. Sure.
I didn't really have much to add to the program. I hear you, when I tune in, you guys talking about the Jamaica under 15 team. So I just said, listen, call in and update you on what's going on in the B League, you know.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right, so you have, is Curacao, Antigua, St. Kitts, or some of the other teams over there?
Okay, you have four groups. You have Nicaragua, Martinique, Suriname, and Grenada in one group. You have St. Lucia, Aruba, Bermuda, and Cayman Islands in another group. You have Curacao, Antigua, St. Kitts, and Bonaire in one group. And the other group, I just can't figure it right now, but the other group, I can't remember what, I think Guadeloupe, Guyana, and two other teams I can't remember in the last group.
Guadeloupe, Guyana, Barbados, and St. Lucia. It's actually Belize, Cayman Islands, Aruba, and Bermuda in the same.
That is not good for Mr. Speed?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Look, my friend, my Guyanese friend is asking if Guyana is in there.
Yes, Guyana is in there. Yes, they're in there.
Which group are they in?
St. Lucia, Barbados, Guyana, and Guadeloupe.
Okay, they're in the group with St. Lucia and Guadeloupe. Okay.
No, I think St. Lucia is in the group with Cayman Islands, Aruba, and Bermuda.
No, Mr. Speed is looking at the fixtures.
Belize, Cayman Island, Aruba, and Bermuda in one group.
Okay, I'm stand corrected because I'm not looking at the grouping. I'm stand corrected.
Yeah, that's Group G. Group F is
I'm stand
where
corrected.
St. Lucia, Barbados, Guyana, and Guadeloupe is in Group F.
Are we missing Trinidad from the B League?
No, Trinidad is in League A. Honduras, Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, and Trinidad and Tobago in Group A.
Oh, okay. All the best, Antigua. All the best.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Thank you. I always appreciate you calling in and supporting the program. Yeah, man.
Of course, always.
And listen, always keep us up to date with the score and the performance of Antigua and the rest of the team as the competition progresses. Because you play today at 4.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I played today at 4.
Who is coaching the under 15 team?
There's a gentleman called Auckland Jarvis. He recently did his B license. I think last year with Antoine Canil.
Okay. Okay.
So he used to coach a Premier League team last year, the Villa Lions. So he's knowledgeable. He knows what he's doing, and hopefully he can get the guys motivated and go out and play and produce some good football and eventually win the game. You know, so it's a challenge for the boys in them. They didn't get any warm-up games. They played some local guys, under 17 guys before they came. But you need sometimes to play another country to see how the guys react to players they don't really familiar with. So what happened yesterday was at the start of the game, Bonaire really played with some intensity, came out and really pressed those guys. They were a little bit nervous, but as the game progresses, they were able to overcome their nerves and play some decent football in the end.
All right, wonderful. Thank you for that update again. Yeah, man.
Yes.
All right then.
Anyway, we will talk.
Yeah, man. Definitely. All right.
You take care.
Yeah, man. Same to you. Bye. All right, Mr. Speed, welcome to the show. We have been saying a lot. I know Cataract had a question for Marlon, so I'm going to let you chime in on some of the things you have been hearing so far, and then I'll let Marlon respond. TGAT, people, do you realize how TGAT has matured? The man is in a new sector working in the States right now where he's not allowed to even speak from behind the counter loudly, and he listens more intently. You understand me? He was taught the very important lesson that you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. So you must listen 2 times as much as you talk. And I really want to appreciate the new and improved. Tiga, Mr. Speed, what say you? Soldier, we soon call you back. I'll go give Mr. Speed a chance to talk, and then I'll call you back, Soldier. All right, go ahead, Mr. Speed.
What are we talking about now?
You can talk about the girls team because we're talking about their game, or the U15, because I know you're familiar with that. You were in Trinidad when they were there.
Yeah,
And then
when I was
also we have been talking about Cephas move, and I hear somebody says you're in the office calculating the sell-on clause. So Colin Anderson, now
me
that you
not
see
have
that
to
Cephas will
Colin,
push.
no, me not have to calculate it. But just to say, Colin scored on debut yesterday. They won the game. Both him and Webster start. So it's a good start to their career, you know. I hope they can kick on. But it's good though.
Remind the people where they are again and what team they play for.
They're in Macedonia. I remember the team name.
Okay.
We can't pronounce the name. But they're in
Okay.
Macedonia. Same place where Cephas is. So Cephas apparently opened the gate. So, you know, Rob Smith right. I mean, I'm not calculating anything yet, but I hope him do the same thing like what Cephas do. And he'll sell for some money. Now my transfer, but it's still 100,000. You know, move Robson, still 100,000. Jamaican dollar. Just by my dollar.
Yeah.
All right, the under 15s. I mean, they won the first game against El Salvador. I mean, it's a one goal still, but you know, they applied some pressure and was able to keep a clean sheet. They're up against I think it's Qatar.
No, Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. Again, those teams you really I mean, Mexico made light work of them, get them 3-0 yesterday, but I don't think we can take them soft because Mexico might make them look bad, but that don't mean that they are really that bad. So we kind of just need a victory though. If we could just get a victory, then we'd qualify for the second one because it's the top two teams go through. If we drop out, we still get to play another match on the 11th. But we really want to be playing to the end of the tournament, so we are hoping that we'll be able to qualify, win today, and qualify. You know, the tournament is set up in a way we play Monday. I mean, yesterday, today, tomorrow. 3 games in 3 days. Before there's a rest day, so it's kind of a bit difficult, and they only allow us to carry 18 players. So it's a bit difficult. I hope we stay injury free and able to make the playoffs.
Yeah, all right, awesome. What about Reggae Girlz going up against Colombia?
Well, we're happy for the Reggae Girlz for a number of reasons. I think they have a chance to win. I mean, they have been the underdog so far. I think they have a chance to win, and I hope you know, our big players step up and put something in the back of the net. Enable us to win, because if they won, I mean, it will be more history. They will be in the last 8. And the way this World Cup has been topsy-turvy, I am just happy that we are still there, because anything can happen.
Yeah. All right, Marlon, you can chime in. I know Ketarok had a question for you, so I'm going to ask you to answer his question, and then someone was asking about the MLS and the Macedonian League, but I think you have answered that, so maybe you can chime in and pronounce the name.
The difference, listen, people. A lot of people, Macedonia is ranked below Jamaica, but people believe that players shouldn't go there, players shouldn't go to Iceland. Jamaica is ranked 117 in the world. You know why we are ranked 117? It's not because the players in Jamaica are not better. They are actually individually better. What is happening is that Jamaica, when you're in Jamaica, is like you're in the dark. There's no, the matches are filmed, yes, but nobody, it is not on wise scout, so nobody knows what you're doing. You could get a sofa score of 9.99 and nobody knows. While when you go into those leagues, people are able to track your performance, able to compare you with comparative player, and that is why Cephas was able to probably go and sell for those people, comparing speed, how fast it is, or you know, pass completion rate, all of these things, goals and score with other people and able to move them on. So you go to when you go to Europe, Europe is a market that believes in transfer. Everybody wants to transfer the next player for money and make a profit and move on. So they buy Cephas for a small and they sell him for whatever they sell him for. Everybody feel happy and looking for the next player. In the USA, they don't operate the same way. They are not so big on transfers. They are more big on, you know, fill up the stadium, endorsement, that type of thing. So there's a big difference in how both markets operate, and that is the reason why if you want to have your player to be sold, have a sale on clause, second sale, first sale, second sale, and you still earn some money. Everybody want to go to Europe because the market is more conducive.
Awesome. All right, Marlon, you want respond to Ketara question and just pick up on that one, because Brian is asking Mr. Speed, where can he find the list of C license coaches? Because you see Mullines is hiring assistant coaches, people. See it right there. You must have a CONCACAF D license or equivalent. CONCACAF C license would be an asset, at least 3 years experience coaching adults, Premier League coaching experience is an asset. Strong communication skill, strong leadership skill, good time management, good report writing skills, ability to perform multiple tasks, strong problem solving skill, strong team player, ability to plan and execute technical and tactical session, ability to work in a fast-paced environment. What a go and send your CV to Mullines United Football Club HR@gmail.com on scene. Why?
So, no, Manning or Brian, you can just send an email to Tapper. Can't tell like Tapper tick all of those boxes.
Hey, Cataract. Don't bother go down there.
Cataract, careful.
Blessed Earth Strong to Tapper. Blessed Earth Strong
Tapper
to
was doing his A
the
license. The last time I see him, let me just answer for you, man. Last time I see Tapper, he was doing his A license. So.
What kind of disrespect that Cataract, man? They have to do that, man.
No. I said he ticks all the boxes. It said a minimum.
Come on,
I
man.
never said Tapper have a B license. Tapper work in a fast-paced environment.
You're being disrespectful, bro.
No.
All right, Cataract, let me finish. Mullines is asking for assistant coach. They said they want
assistant coach. Sorry, I didn't hear assistant. I didn't hear the assistant. Sorry. I thought you said asking for a coach.
The man just wait. All right. Marlon, just come on.
So all of that to assist? So what
Marlon,
the coach do? Brian, what the coach do?
Cataract. We're going to talk to Brian about that. Marlon.
Manage. Yeah, but as Cataract was asking, how can we stop the offense of Colombia? Colombia is more a counter-attacking team, and so that's why I say it's gonna be very interesting. It's gonna be a very interesting game because they really set up like how we see they play against Germany. The team was set up the counter-attack, right? But they have the striker. I think Saicedo, the 18-year-old winger, who's a Real Madrid player. As I said, she's gonna be a key factor. But those other the supporting cast, Santos, Marina, and Catalina, those two are gonna be very, very crucial. Because those two interchange a lot, right? So, but I think with their back four be paying a lot of attention to Bonnie Shaw, right? I think they normally play a deep line game as us as well. So as I say, it's gonna be. I have it as a 50-50 matchup, but I think with Bonnie experience, as I said, I think she is gonna be a key factor in the game, right? And Ju has been very good for us. I think she has been probably one of our best outfield players. If you're looking from a person, she did well against Colombia. She did well against not Colombia, France and Brazil, right? Was excellent against Panama. But she is a player that was really showing her class here. That she is a player that has been playing in the Premier League for how many years. So I think she's gonna be a key player as well. But as I said, man, before that, I think if Washington come in, she could be really, really a key asset for us going forward.
Yeah. Wonderful. All right. Listen, you want to take the Mr. Speed answered it though about the Macedonian and the MLS. What are your thoughts on both?
Khalid Sinclair was asking about it. It's two different league. It is no comparison there. As I said to Mr. Speed, the players to really go right to go there and really develop their craft. They can spend a season and a half and go as they see Cephas have done one season and they move again, right? Which is gonna go to Turkey, which is gonna be a much tougher league there, right? A lot of person on the Turkish league is really a lot of top talent over there, right? he's going to a place now that he know that he will have to go and really put in the work. Not going to be a starter because they have a lot of quality players in the team, right? And the good thing about it, a lot of person will probably get to see him play. BN Sports brings the Turkish league, so majority of the games, it's an opportunity to get him to see, but you have to really go there. And I think he has been good throughout the Conference League qualifiers, which they got knocked out last week still, but it's really a good move for him. So give big up to Colin Anderson and debut, scoring and debut as well. Very, very good goal. Showed his speed and strength as well to really score that goal. And what's that? I think Crystal J did is actually should be playing now still. The game was coming on earlier. So it's another player that has in the Macedonian League as well. So the team is actually playing against Cephas team. But Mr. Speed says still it's really personal. My question I say, it's a small league, but guess what? The top European league, and if you notice right now, the players that they go for, they are mainly South American players they're going for, unless a talented player is out there really doing something exceptional out there. If you look at it, I think this transfer window has been one of the best transfer window with young talents coming out of Brazil and Argentina, right? You see Chelsea have a few of them. Brighton going the same way. Got a couple. Crystal Palace does sign one as well. A lot of them has gone to Italy. Inter Miami does sign a young Argentinian the other day. He turned on Juventus, Real Madrid, Florentina to go to Miami FC. So MLS has a very big pool now, because especially from South America, there's a lot of Argentinian players going there, and there's a lot of Argentinian coach in the league. Right, Tata Martino just went to MLS, right? Beckham brought in there because of the whole Argentina connection there, and Messi being there as well. So MLS is really becoming a very, very big pull. Because before, when you look at players turning on Real Madrid to go to Atlanta United, it shows you something.
Yeah, all right. What? Somebody else going to say something?
Yeah, man, go on, go on,
Yeah.
man.
All right, T-Got, you still there? T-Got. All right, look like we don't have T-Got. All right, so I mean, good analysis. All right, so here's what I'm going to ask, because Mr. Speedy, you're going to have to come back later. I'm going to have to bring it back because the amount of questions: who replaced Anderson, all of those things, transfers, there are so many questions just for you and Cavaliers. Right here, we're going to have a separate.
I'm here,
All right. Oh, T-Got is here. T-Got, listen. And we have been quiet for a while. Can you give us your keys? Give us your 3 keys to Jamaica winning the game tomorrow.
My three keys, you said?
Yeah. All right. Give us your keys to winning. What do we need to do to win?
What we need to do is
see. Let's see what the best coach on the panel.
Defend properly like what we did in the first 3 games.
That is not analysis, Defend properly. That is not good analysis.
All right.
What kind of coach, man? What you need to do to win the game? Defend properly. What kind of grade of? Them coach are not easy. Anyway, continue your thing still.
All right. What we need to do is make sure that the Colombia team try to exploit their weakness. Understand? Try to exploit the Colombian weakness. If it's on the flank, we try to go on the flank. If it's through the middle, try to go down the middle. You understand? We try our best to nullify their attack. That's a key that I think we can use to bring us victory tomorrow against the Colombian. Try to nullify the Colombians' attack, and then maybe hit them with a counter attack. See if we can do a Bob Marley one love. All right, you're muted. I'm finished.
Thanks, T-Got. Cataract, what are the keys to Jamaica winning tomorrow?
The Keys to Jamaica winning. Car key, door key, gate key. Do not concede. Do not concede.
What?
Do not concede a goal. I tell you already. Listen, hold on.
You guys are that. All right, go ahead.
So if we don't concede a goal, can we lose? No, don't concede any goal.
I didn't ask you. I didn't ask. Here's what I ask you. What are the
Is it
keys
the
to
key?
winning? No, listen
Yes.
what I ask. Listen what I ask.
Okay,
No,
go ahead. Go ahead.
What are the keys to winning the game? Here's what you said. Here's how you started out. If we don't concede, we cannot lose.
No. I said do not concede a goal. And then you queried me and I said if we don't concede, we can't lose.
But here's the question I'm asking you, though.
Okay.
The keys to winning the game. Why are you breaking down not losing the game?
Because in a knockout phase, not losing, for the most part, is almost equivalent to winning because you then go into the lottery of penalty kicks.
All right, continue your breakdown, sir. I will listen to you.
Good. Not concede a goal, which will be dependent on Rebecca Spencer, the goalkeeper, having continuing her high standard that she has set for herself in this competition. The central defensive pairing have a chemistry, and the whole defensive unit will have to defend as a unit and defend from the front. The other key would be, in my mind, practicing our penalty taking. A lot of practice into penalty taking and saving, because I do believe that this game may most likely come down to a penalty shootout. If I'm to cast a thing, I see 0-0, and then we go to penalties with Jamaica heading through for the dream matchup that the world is waiting for. Cataract is praying for, England versus Jamaica. And the third would be for our marquee player to take the game by the scruff of the neck. And if she decides to show up in this game in a definitive way, not saying that she hasn't showed up in a definitive way, she can bag a hat trick and just take us through in normal time. So if our marquee player who is accepted as one of the best players in the world, if she decides to, show up and show out, then that we could win the game in that fashion. But any one of those three would be the key to our victory, and I'm looking forward to it. 3 a.m. I wanted to ask Manning's man, Mr. Speed, where is the JFF hosting the watch party at 3 a.m.?
Keter, we can't move. I need to get this out and keep your question. I'll give you a chance to ask it because I need to follow up on something. One, what is your score prediction? Quickly, just give me a score prediction, Keter.
0-0, going to penalties.
Okay, now I can understand why those were your keys. All right, but also in 30 seconds, when you say our big player need to take the game by the scruff of the neck, in football, in jargons, what does that mean?
Let me take you back to when we were when we were playing in the men's World Cup. I'm breaking up?
No, 30 seconds.
Right. And you disturbed 20 of the 30 seconds. In the World Cup qualifiers, you would recall those two solo goals, one in the stadium and one on Central American soil by Mikel Antonio, where out of nothing, he took the game at the scruff of the neck and a moment of genius put the ball in the back of the net. So Bunny Shaw, Khadijah, can decide to do the same thing and make up her mind that this is her moment. And in addition to doing what she's doing now, she puts herself on the score sheet once or twice or 3 times a lady.
But given that your score prediction is 0-0, she taking the game by the score. Anyway, but
no, meaning I don't see that as the most I noticed that there was a third key I gave to the victory. My number one key is the keeping the clean sheet with the goalkeeper Rebecca Spencer being our key to victory, and the defensive theory.
All right, that's a problem. But we're going to come to Marlon and Mr. Speed, but we have Soldier on the line, and he, Soldier, I know you have been trying to call, right? So my apologies, but which I tried to cover as much ground as possible. All right, give us your take, your keys to victory, and then I'll go to Marlon and Mr. Speed. All right, go ahead. Soldier. Yeah.
Man, happy independence to everybody, man. It's a speed everyone. Yeah, man. And congrats again to you, man. It's man for your victory yesterday, because I don't want you say I don't say anything. If you beat Man City, so congrats. But with the game, if Jamaica win tomorrow and to play and go on to play England, they have to attack play this just like on Nigeria play. If they want to beat England,
no. Soldier, we're not breaking down the England game.
Okay. Well, with the game tomorrow, this look 18-year-old girl, the defense, them definitely we have to put up someone to mark her. Yeah, you see like how they mark out the girl, the same mixed race girl from England, James. Somebody for mark still with she in the game. And if they can do that, then we as what Marlon said earlier on, just watch your offense. And when Cataract said we need the big player then to turn up to man is man. But me need something from Bonnie now.
What you need from her?
Because I need her to come and score a goal for the team.
Okay.
Because it don't make sense to say we have a big player, and because you remember, I know when Neymar all those players go, everybody needs something from those type of player. This is where she support. She got to one World Cup already. All right, that pass she never scored. This one we need her to score a goal. We need something from her. And Mr. Speed.
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Speed, no. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Like, what difference? I have a B UEFA license and a C UEFA license. So what's the difference with the CONCACAF B and C license?
Your license big man. If you have a UEFA license, you're big man. You can coach in a Jamaica or you can coach in a CONCACAF. What happened is that
I did have a C license in Jamaica before, and I used to coach in Jamaica before me come, but I come under those licenses.
No. Jamaica never used to have C license when you were here, man.
Exactly. But you don't need that still if you have a B license.
Jamaica never had no C license when you were here, Soldier.
That's true.
What kind of license they did have boy coaching? What kind of license it was? What kind of license it was?
Soldier, just listen, man. Jamaica only had level 1 and level 2 licensing.
Advanced level 1 and advanced.
Okay, advanced level 1 and level 2. There was no C license until recently.
Okay, well, let me know. What kind of license then?
License basically, even overshadow the A license, look at the European B license, have a brother. Right?
No, I was going to do the LIC, but man, they say me have to team up with a club, and then Mr. Downs when he come and he will be coming in my time, and I assure him, and he said to me, say, me have to get involved with that club. Some just say me not have no time for that, for them thing. Man is man, there's a look a guy, one of my guys, that's when me coach, a 12-year-old guy, he gone Turkey, him the Jamaica, now I'm on holiday in Jamaica and down on the coast. So, you in Jamaica now, me can call you, because I'm going to Arsenal, I'm the Arsenal now,
Yeah, man, let him call me. So you have a UEFA B license?
Yeah, but UEFA B license, it costs £960 to do.
Okay, but you're not involved in a club, so you can't do the A license.
No. If me have if we do the A license, no, we can't involve in that club.
So what if you came back to
Jamaica? I have no time for that. I have too much business. I have too much business to use money, man. I have too much business, so I have no time for that.
You have 17 different business to deal with, man.
No, really, not those kids. Yeah, man, I have things to deal. But maybe next year me do the A license and try settle down sometime as soon as me finish with this stuff from radio.
All right, so give us your prediction for the Jamaica versus Colombia game.
Well, I'm looking to see a 1-0 win, a 1-0 win for Jamaica. But we have to defend real good. And as I said, Jamaicans cannot go back and sit back for them to carry the game. We have to take the game to them. But what I'm saying, from the day I was saying, you know, and even though Bonnie did sick, you know, but when I see Bonnie standing up in the game, you know, I said the coach should have Bonnie put Jody to stay up front and Bonnie in the middle, that she can change some true parts since as him fine says she's sick, you know. But at the coach time, I'm doing things so in reach here, so I have to support when I do. But at the same time, if I see Bonnie now, them a mark her out of the game, switch the player and put Jody Brown up front and put Bonnie in the middle for string some pass that she can run through and go score. But Jamaica need to have more player going forward. When one person go forward, them staying back too much.
Okay.
I don't know if any of you guys agree with that, but that's what I see with the team. But the team doing good so far, and I would really love them to win. If they reach semi-final, management be on your show the other day when I was on his cataract, they were there. If them reach semi-final and if Jamaica finish third, me give team $500,000.
What pounds?
No, and we can't pound. Me play £500,000 to get them.
500,000 US.
No, man, I'll give them 5,000 US if they win. If they reach third, 5,000 US, I'll give them.
7.5 million J. All right.
Yeah.
5,000.
So
5,000
No,
pounds.
750,000. Sorry, 750,000 J.
5,000 US.
5,000 US.
5,000 US.
Oh, 5,000 US.
Yeah.
750,000 J.
Yeah. Okay. So that is your commitment. We can hold it to that.
Yeah, man. Them don't need to go fund all the time, man. When them come and sit to man.
Which go fund? Which go fund?
Which one of the go fund you donate to?
JFF now no go
the one
fund.
with the
The one with
no, them come and them say to me about a go fund where them have when you can go and see it online, man. Where them have a go fund where you send money towards for the girls them.
Okay. We don't know nothing about. We don't know how they deal with that money there. So
Soji, if they win the World Cup, how much I get them?
Oh, me say me not talk about win. Me not go
to Soji.
You what me say? Nobody try to clone out the man. Soji is a good thing. You contribute to the.
I mean,
we need more like you.
There's no Soji thought that Mr. Speed. For me, a Soji there. So, but me want my team to win the World Cup because it's a knockout field, so anything can play. But that's why Soji put a number on that Soji.
Cataract. So if they go above third, them still get 5,000. So it's really third or above.
Yeah.
A 5,000.
No, just when they finish third, then get 5,000. It's a must.
If they finish second, then get 5. If they finish first, then get 5.
I might get more, but me not make a promise to that.
I told you, me just want 100 person like you, and we're good.
You know,
100
person. I make no promise, no more promise to that.
Yeah.
That's what that's your pledge. 5,000.
Mr. Speed. Mr. Dawson can't tell me stay, you know. When all the team come out for me, not just show me not really come and say Dina down. You know, Mr. Dawson can tell you know me stay, you know.
Yeah, man, you spend.
But me just spend a paper go back and sit back.
Never ask him. All right, cool, no problem.
Yeah, man. All right, then, Soldier.
Yeah,
we're gonna take a next. Marlon had a question for you, because Marlon, Marlon is a Senton man, you know. I don't know when we're going to manage this season because he have Mount Pleasant and he have Lima. But Marlon, what are you asking? Yeah, man.
Blue man is call if you blue.
Oh, you're asking Soldier something.
No one. No. I was saying that for the A license, I think you have to have a year internship to complete it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know that. Yeah, I know that. That's the time I never have. You know, that's the time I never have. So, but next year we have the time because I have some things dealing with Well, for the team, them don't have St. Anthony now, you know. You see, Mr. a black star man, you know, but I will donate something to the poor, to the small side, you know, in a been Lime Hall, you know, but we help them, you know, but it's a black star
All
man,
right,
you know.
we're gonna reach out to them and make and line that up, all right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, black star man.
So, watch your side.
Wait, you know,
Jack Ruby,
yeah, man,
Jack Ruby thing you're dealing with.
Yeah, Brad. Yeah.
All right, me have a short but I make you know. All right, then bless up yourself, soldier, because we have a next call coming in and we need to. Yeah.
All right, cool.
All right. Some person are saying that if the team win, them don't need the money because them already getting money. We should give the money to football instead. So what they're saying is that the girls get so much money. Why shouldn't the money be given to like some other cause then, like to girls football in Jamaica as an example? RDN is back, and then I'm gonna ask each of you to comment on that. If the girl win like soldier, should the donation go to the girls or should it be given to girls football? RDN, take a 5.
Yes, my brother. I'm not call for stealing. I just a minute me call. Boy, man, cataract is the most confusing brother I ever buck up on. That's why if he doesn't careful. Yo,
you know, cataract come back.
See, look here, man. A man say Bunny Shaft is show up and Jamaica will get a nil draw. So Bunny Shaft will show up. Bunny Shaft will show up in the defense are attacking. More to answer that because in confusing brother. Him say Jamaica go draw and Bunny Shaft is show up. So me go hang up and me want him answer that. Trust me, because I'm confusing.
Don't hang up, man. Don't hang up.
Me have a next call, cataract. So I'm gonna hang up and listen. God.
Don't go in at the gully, go burn the bush tree. So let me say this again since you didn't get this. My predicted result is 0-0. Jamaica wins the penalty shootout and goes through. My key for Jamaica advancing is Rebecca Spencer and her ability to keep a clean sheet for the 120 minutes and to save one or more penalties. Understand that? I also said that the central defensive pairing, along with the wingbacks, will have to defend as a unit in order to keep the clean sheet. My third key for victory, way down the line, is for Khadijah Bunishaw to show up. And management asked me how, but you weren't paying attention when I said she could do like Michael Antonio, take the game by the scruff of the neck, score on an individual piece of brilliance, and score 1, 2, or 3 goals. Get it?
All right. We have a big analyst. Him really a basketball and track and field guru, you know, but I don't know if him know much about football, especially the female version. But you know him very well. One of the moderators of the program. He goes by the name Pioneer.
Down box me, another box. Eh? Big up to everybody on the program. Big up Mr. Speed. Big up Cataract. I've been listening in. Interesting conversation. But I just want to add my 2 cents. I think in this game for me, we'll get a chance to play similar, maybe not as much as we did in the Panama game. But I think Jamaica's team will get a chance to express ourselves. I don't see us playing as cagey a game as we did against Brazil or against France. To Cataract and prediction of 1-0, a little bit of history. The last 2 times these teams played, last time we played, we lost to Colombia 2-3, 3-2. And the time before that we played, we beat them 2-1. So these are 2 teams that have a history of scoring goals when they play against each other. I don't see an Elijah. 2 teams have the potential of attacking flair. Colombia has played this World Cup, throughout this World Cup. The 3 games they have played on the front foot basically. So it is up to Jamaica now as to how we'll be in defense. We can agree with Cataract that Rebecca Spence might be critical in this game for us. And I agree also that we need to be solid in defense. But I see us going forward much more than we did in the France and the Brazil game. And I see Jamaica scoring in this game. My predicted score 2-1 Jamaica.
Okay, all right. Listen, boy, Cataract the man provide some information because when you check that is true, no. When you check the score line between, there's always goals between Jamaica and Colombia.
Yes, but what were those? And let me just ask one question: what were those matches? Those were not in a World Cup tournament.
Yeah, but, the fact that if
Hold
we
on,
look at Colombia,
can I say something? Just a correction. The both time the teams met, Jamaica won 2-0. I think Jody Brown scored and the next player scored. And the other time, 2-1 rather. And the other time they met, Colombia beat them 2-0. So it's 2-1 and 2-0. Colombia get the last save.
I'm going to look back on those results.
Yeah,
I'm
man,
sure
check.
the 2018 game. No, check. I want to check. But I'm sure 2018 game.
Let the caller go. Go ahead, Pioneer. Yeah.
Yeah, man. If we look at how Colombia has played in this World Cup, they play on the front foot, man. Is that they are an attacking team. They have a lot of flair going forward, and they have a lot of expressive players. I can't see these two teams playing out a nil draw. As I agree with somebody earlier that said, if Jamaica are gonna sit back in this game as they do in against Brazil and against France, we are gonna concede again. We're gonna concede points. If we sit back, I think Colombia will be confident in attacking us consistently. So I think we have to go forward to come out of our shell a little bit more than we did in the France and the Brazil game.
Yeah, what are your thoughts?
I see goals in this.
What are your thoughts as well? Some persons have suggested that, like what Soldier was saying, that he would give 5,000. Would it be better if the FIFA monies that were promised to the girls, that goes to the girls, but like other persons, instead of giving more money to them, some persons are suggesting, why not find programs, female footballing program at the grassroots level, and ensure that the monies are dedicated there? Are you of the view then that the money should be let it go to the girls because they play this, they won this, it is for them, so they should. How do you think it should be done that the girls benefit and football, female football in general across Jamaica benefits?
All right. Let me say this first. Jamaica's female football program, especially at the local level, we need a money. The flip side to that is though, I know Mr. Speed up on the line, and this is not directed at you, Mr. Speed. You know me is a man related, but the current leadership of the JFF not inspire a lot of confidence where persons giving their money to them is concerned. Some people say I'm not credible when I talk about the JFF. I can't be confident in a program where the president came on national radio and said he was okay with giving trips to his friends as a loyalty bonus. So we understand that FIFA has instituted some kind of restrictions. We understand the program is under much more scrutiny. We are in need of all of the funding. With a second World Cup qualification, it's a shame that we don't have a viable women's league. It is a shame that we don't have a viable league in terms of schoolgirl league in Jamaica. It is okay now for us to have our team, the makeup of our team being mostly overseas based play. But in another 4, 5 to 8 years, it would be good to see some local players coming through the system. Some of these local players going overseas to play in colleges, to play in leagues, but locally bred players, akin to what we see with the Reggae Boys right now, where you have Andre Blake and many other players who came out of Jamaica are playing overseas, but they are local players. We need to get our female football development to that level. So anybody the girls are gonna get theirs if they have already been committed to $6,000 to each player by FIFA based on the structure.
Isn't that 60,000?
60,000. I said 60. Sorry, my bad. 60,000. The JFF themselves is in line to benefit with 1.86 million Jamaican dollars. I'm do the math, so that is 279 million Jamaican dollars, which is in excess of $250 million. We are hopeful that some of that money will be put into local female football development. We don't want to hear next year, this time, another 15 team who's supposed to go away on a trip and we hear that there's no funding to send them away. Not after this nice wad of cash that will be going into the JFF coffers. So I say, I would encourage anybody who has monies to contribute to give it towards the local development. If there is a local female club that somebody could donate to, if there is a way they could donate to ISA directly to help with the local female league, that would be a great boost to the thing. More ask Mr. Speed a small question. You know? I mean, is that like a trouble me I'm making? Mr. Speed. Sir Speed.
I'm hearing you, man.
Sir Speed.
Come on, may I hear you?
What do you think about the performance coach, Sir Speed?
Which coach?
The Reggae Girlz.
Lauren Donald. The Reggae Girls or Reggae Boys?
Girls coach.
Girls, Lauren Donald.
Basically, you know, see what the team, they on the cusp. Well, they have been creating history from the first game. I mean, they have done exceptionally well on the court.
That's great. That's like a trouble game, Mr. Speed.
No,
is that like a problem?
No, look here now. But you have some things that I have to correct you with, right? Where you just go through all of that. All right. So first of all, whatever money we get from FIFA, it won't be enough to cover all the costs that we have spent in the 4 year, which is a cycle, to prepare the Reggae Girl to go to the tournament. It will not be enough. In addition,
so the 2 are. Let me question along as you go along, seriously. So you said the 279 million that we have already.
We spend more than that for 4 year.
And these are monies that came directly out of the coffers of the JFF, are monies that came from FIFA. The monies that we have been spending to finance the female program are those FIFA allocations to us.
No, some of it is our money. Some of it is what FIFA sent us, and some of it is what Sedela Male give to us. But I'm saying to you,
yeah, man. So sorry, Speed. It is not fair to say. Then it is not fair to say that the 279 million won't be enough to cover, because to say to cover would suggest that you would have spent out this money with a view of recovering.
No, but hold on. That's not how business go. We get money from our sources. We get money from our sources to spend. So saying this FIFA giveaway, our beg it or still a giveaway is a part of a consolidated income. So I'm just saying to you, in all of that consolidated income we have, and then spend the what we're going to get back at the World Cup will not be enough. Remember, it's a 4 year program. We even got to don't think so the money that we get because we are Jamaica Football Federation from FIFA, Sedela, other sponsors, other income we get. So all of that is put into a consolidated fund. All I'm saying to you, the money that we're going to get from FIFA, we spend more than that over the 4 years. That's all I'm saying. Next thing I'm going to say to you is
let me
that...
say it. I think a better way to say it is that, hold on, Pioneer. I think a better way to say it is the cost for preparing the team for the 4 years is more than the money that is received for participating.
Yeah, man.
I think it's
man.
In addition, hold on, man. In addition, hold on before you're gonna further listen. In addition, a lot of that money that is we're going to get will be paid out in bonuses. A huge part of it will be paid out in bonuses to both the players and coaching staff based on the agreement that we have in place with them. A lot.
All right. Fair enough, sir.
More than half. More than half.
Okay, hold on. I think it's a Pioneer. So what we need to get now, because this is very good, because I think what Pioneer and I had the impression is that the monies that the girls are going to get is separate from the 1.8 if you get to the quarterfinals. But you're saying that it is out of that money that the players.
No. No. Not 6,000. 6,000 is not part of it.
So, Mr. Speed, is it
60,000 is not part of that, but we and the girls have an agreement. That's different money.
Okay.
So we and them have a different agreement from that.
Okay, so outside of the 60,000, out of that money that would come to the JFF, there's an agreement with the girls where they get money and bonuses and the coaching staff.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Go ahead,
And
Pioneer.
payments per game. And it might easily surpass 60%, maybe more than 60%. So we're not going to get all of that money.
Wow. So the girls are going to be in for some big monies then, sir. Because if they're getting...
We mustn't tell you how much them all get because they don't want nobody rob them. So I can't go no more. Just tell you, say, the impression that people have is not so because we have agreements to pay them.
Wait. Sir Speed, if the JFF want to clear their name and create, why would the JFF want to keep such information in secrecy? If you are getting
when we're negotiating with the people, them say we mustn't tell the public how much money they get. Plain. So we have to keep our in the bargain. Not boys, girls, everybody say we mustn't tell the public how much money they get. What you want us to do?
No. All right. Sir Speed, I wouldn't expect that you disclose individual amounts to players. However, if the JFF is getting...
What everybody can do, Matt? Come on. Shame on
you. Yeah, no. Sir Speed, if we're talking about coach and whatever. If the public has a perception, me being a member of the public right now, and that is what that I made my statement, saying knowing that the JFF is going to get 279 million. But if you know, my statement is that Sir Speed, that I don't expect next year, August 2024. I'm hearing that a under 15 girls team is supposed to go somewhere, and we don't have any funding. Now,
it could happen. It could still happen. Yeah.
But I'm saying,
because we have 11 teams, we have 12 national teams, and you keep on.
That's why full disclosure is necessary, Sir Speed. Because if I, as a member of the public, knowing that this is public knowledge now, that the JFF in August of 2023 receives 279 million, and come August 2024. There's a under 15 girls team that is supposed to go on a Caribbean tour or someplace in South America. Oh yeah, that we have enough. We are going to question what happened to those monies. So it is incumbent.
Because you don't understand money and you don't keep things into perspective. Keep the thing into perspective, right? If you keep the thing into perspective.
I would not expect that. Hold on a Sir Speed, man. Like you, I'm an accounting person, like you said. In working some major organizations in Jamaica. Some of them name we should call right now. However, I'm saying to you, my brethren, it will be incumbent on the JFF now to say, listen, we 50% of the funds we receive from FIFA as a part of the girls advancing to the quarterfinals of the World Cup was paid out in bonuses to the players.
It's not paid out yet. So when I get it yet.
No, but when in the event that happens, Sir Speed, and when it happens,
we will pay out bonuses, yes.
No, but what you are saying is that this will be kept secret. I'm not see why such information should be kept away from the public. It is good to know that these women, having done something historic, in addition to the sizable commitment that they'll be getting from FIFA, will be also be getting something out of the JFF coffers. I applaud that.
They're not the getting. There's an agreement. You see, I don't talk like that. There's an agreement in contract written, signed.
Hold on, Pioneer. Let him explain.
There is an agreement that's different from getting something. Something you straight out your hat. There's an agreement, a legal agreement that we have to take care of whenever we get the money. They get a bonus and then get a match fee. Then get an elevated match fee for playing in the World Cup, and we have to pay them all of those out of the money.
Sorry, Carla, I want to ask something when you finish.
Hold on a sec, Cataract and Pioneer, because 60% of 287 million, is 172,200,000, which leaves 125,200,000. So that would be what we're talking about. That's not a lot of money in footballing.
Exactly. We went to Australia on a tour 3 matches.
Go ahead, and then I hear from Keter. Go ahead, Pioneer.
It is also obvious to me that on the back of this success, the success by the Girls, the JFF now needs to go out, market the team and get sponsorship. I don't think a team that just had an historic place in a berth in the second round of the World Cup, we should be struggling the way we normally struggle to get sponsorship for these girls. This team has now made themselves much more marketable. Some of that, I would assume that the JFF would be capitalizing on this marketability. And
That-
we should
that's true.
funds from FIFA. We should be seeing, we should be at least, we know Celia Mali is also committed to the program. So we're not assuming that whatever she was doing now, she will stop doing. So we should be seeing, and in addition, we have people like KFC who we heard that was on board for sponsors. We have heard of other companies. So I'm assuming now, Manins, that on the back of this success, because we know how Jamaicans are, we are a wagonist culture. So on the back of this success, it could almost be safe to assume that we should be able to get and garner more sponsorship. Yes or no?
Mr. Speed, you hear that question?
No, the part there, argument, me not an issue with. We have a plan that we're working on to deal with women football different, but it's just too early for me to say anything. And you're right about some of the proceeds of the money. We're going to make sure we have an ecosystem built out of it. So we're working on that plan. It's not and Cedilla is on board. Everybody's on board, and we're going to work on it in the near future.
Yeah, Cataract. All right, Pioneer, hold on, because I think Cataract had something you want to say. Go ahead, Cataract.
Yeah, because I listen, and I want to just clarify something, a clarification. Mr. Speed, you said the girls, in signing this contract, asked that the details of the contract not be released because they're afraid of something. You're saying the 23 women, of whom about 20 I can count, reside outside of Jamaica, have a fear that if there's a transparency in their contractual arrangements, something will. I'm just asking for explanation on that, because these players don't reside in Jamaica.
So they can't get robbed.
Some do.
So they rob the way. No, and I'll go again. How many do? Is it 3? I counted.
Hold on. Which one drive Sterling? Hold on, Mr. Speed. We still get you. Which one drive Sterling live?
Which one?
Which one drive Sterling live? They're not broken in. I'm just saying. But I understand your point. But whatever. Go ahead, Mr. Speed. But it's a good question he's asking.
No. Nobody. Look here. Nobody.
Should not be. Don't disclose it because we fear being robbed. That cannot be. But go ahead.
I did say that. I did say the rob part.
Did I say the rob part? And you didn't say Rob Smith.
Did I say the rob part? Did I say the rob part? No, I wonder if I said the rob part.
Yeah, man. You said them afraid people rob them.
I did say that.
Yes, Mr. Speed, you did.
I said
you did. I was on the program. You did. And it was the same. I'm just saying to myself, it was the same thing you said.
No, but it's true. They asked us not to disclose. But they asked us not to disclose. So what you want me to say?
No, but I want to ask you.
It's the same excuse you give Mr. Speed.
No. It's not my excuse. They asked us not to disclose.
No, man. I think we're saying we're fine with it not being disclosed. But what we're saying is that.
I take about the rob part, but I can't. Say me know them reasons. Say I don't know.
Rob Smith get cancelled.
No, but and I want to go further, man. That the salary or bonuses paid to these players is minuscule in amount to what they receive by their clubs. But the salary that they're paid by their clubs is available on the internet and on any website.
Anyway,
so what is the
right there, sir? Because the average earnings for female football players 14,000 for the year US.
No, I'm not talking about the average. I'm talking Khadija Bunny Shaw.
That's a fact. That's the average earnings for a female football professional player, $14,000 a year. So when you say that,
no.
That's the average salary for a professional football player. Come on.
No, but that would mean lower leagues also. But people like Abonisha who plays in Man City.
Yeah, but she alone. You talk about she alone. The rest of play college when I get no money. Come on.
People like Rebecca Spence who are a part of the Tottenham setup. We have people who play at levels in our team. But for me, Sir Speed, even more concerning than for me still, is that the JFF as a organization whose credibility has been called into question a lot, would seek to be receiving funds and then have a secret agreement with the players.
It's not a secret agreement. Every player that plays for the national team have a contract, boys and girls. It's not a secret agreement. Come on.
I'm thinking about in terms of the bonus, in terms of the bonus and the incentive.
No, but every country in the world have one. So But every country in the world have one. Come on, don't say those things.
Yeah,
Every
so
country in the world have one.
Let me just interject right here because I think
But it's all the countries that is that. Hold on a minute. Let me ask a question. Let me ask one question. Sir Speed just said every country in the world has one. But does all these countries, does the arrangement of all of these countries have, is it shrouded in secrecy? Or is it a situation that because I'm saying, Sir Speed, I wouldn't expect, even if individual amounts of players, check at it going to the World Championship. $1 million for a gold medal, 3 million for a silver, etc., etc., etc. These are incentive payments. No, I'm saying, and these are people who live in Jamaica, to Cataract's point. These are people who actually live in Jamaica.
No. But who pays it? Who pays the 1 million for the incentive?
Come again, where's the Sir Speed?
Who pays the 1 million for the incentive?
But it don't, if you're paying for your life and property, no matter who pays it.
No, yes, because everybody know about the 60,000 we have got World Cup, but you don't know about each individual country's contract there with the players. You don't know what it is.
Yes, sir. But Sir Speed, right. Sir Speed, my bigger point. One on the management. Come on, Sir Speed, answer this. Because as we said, and I don't think anybody would disagree with me that the JFF's credibility has been called into question a lot. Now, if I am an organization, so if I'm an organization that people are questioning my credibility and my dealings, it would be in my best interest for everything that I do to be made transparent and above board. I don't want to do business under the table for people I say. So just like how I'm suggesting, Sir Speed, that listen, when we get 279 million, I don't want to hear so next year we don't have no money. But then, in fairness to the JFF, if you guys do have an agreement with the players,
go back over that. Anybody who understands football understand
Sir Speed, man. But Sir Speed, I'm saying, in fairness to the JFF, hold on. But we have said these monies would still be in addition to everything we mentioned: the sponsorship, the support from Sidela, etc., etc., etc. This would be probably the biggest monies we are getting into women's football in the history of the JFF. Yes or no? Am I right or am I wrong?
Yes, and it's the biggest amount we are going to pay out too.
Good. So I'm saying no, sir.
Amount we have ever spent on a woman team.
That is why it is not, and that is why it is not in the interest of the JFF to have this shrouded in secrecy, my brethren. You must agree to that.
Yeah, I agree. I think, though, Mr.
Speed, not be in the interest of the JFF to have money.
The JFF, I agree with Pioneer. If the JFF said, listen, at some point, this is what we receive. In Jamaican, we receive $300 million, hypothetically speaking. Out of this 300 million, when you consider the staff, which include coaches and management and all the players at the World Cup, 198 million was used. And the rest of the money, I think that sort of information,
that's like, the public money.
Yeah, it is in the best interest of the JFF, I think. Because what you don't want is for people to say, when you have, for example, if you pay this money and nobody know that you did, then people come out and say things, you know. Yeah. And I think that's Pioneer suggested.
Because of a lack of knowledge. If you just go on Google, and you guys are a well-learned person, you will see that every single country in the world, when they're going to work up, the players have a contract, and they give them a percentage of what they get for prize money. It's just that Jamaica people just love talk without even trying to educate themselves with basic knowledge, because it is on Google. If you go there, you know how much Germany give their people when they win the World Cup. You know how much Argentina give when they win the World Cup as a percentage. You know how much each team get per game when them play. And if you just do a little bit of maths, why you think Jamaica is any difference? We do the same thing. We are one of the highest paying. We are one of the highest. Listen, man, just listen first. Jamaica is one of the countries that pay the highest amount of money to players to play for the national team. We are one of the highest paying countries. And if we so, I can't help you no more because it's when I tell you some facts and talk some other things. Just go look. Don't take my word for it. Just go look.
But you have to say something different now. If you're saying that, if you're saying the information is on Google and it's not a secret, If it's on Google,
but it is there. It is there. Then don't tell you how much each person get, but then tell you the percentage that them share. Well, on a Pioneer, them tell you the percentage that them share up between the teams of the prize money. It's just Google it and it there. You don't have to take my word for it. But I'm telling you that Jamaica is and them telling you
no man. But there is what I'm saying though. In support of Pioneer, Mr. Speed. All right, there's a lot of things we agree on. But I think the greater point is being missed, and then we're gonna move on from this because I think this
look here, we're not telling you how much people ain't getting.
No man. Just listen to the point.
And not because somebody else is saying something, we must break an agreement. We're not.
No. We don't break your agreement. Keep your agreement. I think the bigger issue that needs to be viewed by you and the federation is simply this, and which is a point that Pioneer is making. Because the information, let's use your word, the information is already out there publicly about the percentage that is shared up. It's there. It is not anything hidden. You have you have contract with all our teams. This is not
all the senior team players.
Let's be fair. All right, let's get specific. All the senior teams.
Yes.
Now, part of the issue that we have had is there's a lot of negative stuff financially with the female team. To me,
yes, because even sensible person like Pioneer, who is an accounting person, just start talk without even.
All right, so but let's make the point though. The issue is this then, because there is so much information out there that is taking a hit at the credibility of the JFF. This is a question. Don't you believe that because the information is public, if you as the JFF or the JFF were to say, we got $10, out of the $10, $6 will be dedicated to the World Cup players.
Man, you know, say, may have to leave because I have something to do. But just I'll leave you with this, you see. You see, in your church, you don't tell nobody how you spend your money. Just I say it still, and people contribute to it all the time, right? So I don't understand why you keep on saying.
Let him finish.
Well, I understand why you keep on saying EJFF must come and open up them books to everybody. We open it up to FIFA and CONCACAF and CFU and them auditors more than any other country in the world. And then I know no issue with us, right? So I don't know what else we tell you. And we have audited financial statement and we produce it and we give it to FIFA. And it's like Uno say we must give to Uno. Why?
No, Mr. Speed, what the reason is, since you have clarified that, we wouldn't expect the JFF to then ask the public to contribute.
We're not asking to contribute. We do sponsorship. Is a quid co-pro with all our contracts. Quid co-pro. We either give you one jersey and you give us money. We give you publicity and you give us money. We don't ask you not to give us nothing without giving back something.
What do you give to the fans?
Which fans?
Which fans?
When you pay for coming, you get entertainment. You don't understand because you know that to do with your set. When you go play, know that to do with your set. When the people come in your set and you are playing. No quit GoPro. No quit GoPro.
Mr. Speed gun are different.
No. Mr. Speed, no one leave the money argument. Marins asked a question earlier, and I'm hoping Mr. Speed you can answer it for you. Where can we watch the game as a
Cataract? Pioneer is on the phone. I want him to finish and then ask the question before.
Let me say one thing. I'll leave.
Last point, and then leave Pioneer and then Cataract question.
So Speed, this that it is two persons like myself a question certain things make it sound away. I was watching a podcast yesterday. On the podcast, there were 4 ladies conducting. I forget them. I think them name Final Third or something like that. Then they had as a guest Sidela Mali. You hear me, man?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you.
Sidela Mali was on the podcast. I don't know if Mr. Speed saw this, but I think them name Final Third. One of the questions to Sidela, and Sidela is a sponsor of the girls program.
No, she's the ambassador. Let me clear you up. She's an ambassador to the Reggae Girlz team.
Okay, all right. And of somebody who also seeks sponsorship on our behalf, right? Yes or no?
On the behalf of the Reggae Girlz only.
All right. As I'm done tomorrow, answer something else about GoFundMe. Because on that same podcast, she mentioned that the Reggae Girlz Foundation, before now, actually had a GoFundMe. So this thing about there's no GoFundMe, I not agree with that, guys.
No. But we don't deal with the GoFundMe organization, so may I make that clear.
All right.
No, man, but all right. So the bigger point, though, I don't want to get sidetracked.
Yeah, we don't want to get sidetracked. Speed. I mean, Cataract to come in. Yeah, go ahead.
One of the pertinent questions, and to suggest that this is just a local thing. One of the ladies asked Sidela if she think that the JFF will be, if the girls will be getting their money this time. I found that question to be so. People were talking about Bonnie Shasta was an embarrassment to the country.
What was the answer? What was the answer?
Sidela's answer, and it is still online. Sidela's answer was there, not this time. I don't think that the world is watching. I don't think they will be doing it this time. And it is there for everybody to go and watch. I'm suggesting that you, Mr. Speed, Mannings or anybody else.
No, I'm not going to watch it. We have a plan already to deal with the girls about them. We're not going to watch it.
So, Sir Speed, obviously, in the international football media, there's a perception, not put there by me or anybody local. This is a perception.
They talk about Captain Burrell 15 years ago when he stopped the women program. Them still talk about that. 15 years ago when he stopped the women program.
We have problems with the now, Sir Speed, man. Come on, Sir Speed.
Some people were talking about that when they stopped the football program 15 years ago. He couldn't do no better. Me and Captain Burrell are no friend, but I was in the meeting. When did I go? There was no money. He couldn't do nothing else, and he couldn't scrap the men program.
Bring the
No, but the program when they talk about from that time. The program when they talk about from that time, 15 years ago, you know.
No, Mr. Speed, they are talking about the last World Cup.
No,
they're talking about.
Believing that them in 2008. Read the article, it says so.
And as it stands right now, I heard Dennis Chung say we're still owing the girls match fees from 2022.
I'm sure that owe them. Of course, we owe them. So, this is some of the money where we get. I have to pay back money we owe them.
You get money from me. You earn money from me to pay me.
But me not understand you. It's a business when you pay the people who carry the set go the truck. Me ask you where you earn the money from. You don't earn the money from where you
yeah.
Understand?
Yo, we have to go run now. Come Mr. Speed and Cataract.
I continue listening, man. I continue listening.
Yeah, two accountants. Me have the clash of the accountants. Because you don't want to
no, man. Stop Sir Speed. Sir Speed, I'm a general. I'm a radio.
I'm a general, but me just don't want to. Yeah, I'm a general, man. Everything. Just I said to you, say, look here.
When they apply them beats, because Sir Speed is a recent.
Fine. Me good.
Hold on, Sir Speed. Let me say this. Not jump out. Let me say this. Me can say this publicly, and I've said it publicly before. Me think the addition of Rodal Speed to the hierarchy of the JFF is a good move. And this is something recent. So it's when I put my beating out there, it is based on events that used to happen. And the people who were there before him, who still think some of those persons need to change. I'm not questioning this man's integrity. When I question about happenings that happened before he was there and utterances that were made. As I say, one of the most dreadful thing a man ever said on radio, national radio, was admitting of the JFF president that he gives trips to his friends as a loyalty bonus. I think that is almost should be prosecuted. I think that's an offense that deserves prosecution. See, so when I show them, when I put on them fire, it have nothing to do with
no, man. You're good, man. You're good, man. Look here. But one thing I said before,
right.
I really have to go. One thing I said before me go. The girls them will get all right.
Yeah.
They will get. Yeah. We have a plan for you.
All right. Cataract, you said you had one non-money question for Mr. Speed before.
Non-money.
What time you're asking?
Where is the watch party? The official watch party for the historic match being hosted.
I don't know about something. I can't tell you.
But you know about the contract, and you don't know where we can go watch the match.
On two committee, me on technical and finance. Anything you ask me about those two things, I can tell you. The rest, me don't know. Me no know. Me no work at JFF. Finance, me on two committee. Finance and technical. Anything
the JFF has a marketing manager, yes.
See, you ask my question.
No, because you would know on finance because the marketing manager would be paid. So you would know if a salary was being paid.
No, I don't know that. Anyway, but I want to say, just Mannings one answer your question. If Colombia is a counter-attacking team, we need to take away the counter-attacking options from them, right? So we have to take with that. So basically, if we are a counter-attacking team too, the team that is going to win the game is the one who take out the counter-attacking option from the other team, and they'll more likely win the game. When it comes to a penalty shootout, it's really a lottery. Any number can kind of play. I just hope a practice good, because based on us not scoring a goal, it is likely that it might go down to a penalty shootout, for true, as the Cataract say. But the key to this match is to take away the counter-attacking option from Colombia, if they are such a good counter-attacking team. That's my take.
All right, Mr. Speed. Thanks for coming on. You understand me? Yeah, man. Cool. All right, listen, people. T got Marlon Ketarka doing. Yeah, anything you want to say? Watch party. Game is 3 a.m. in the morning. I don't know who doing watch party for that. You understand me? But
I'm asking, so could you find out and post it so that we,
find out, man.
you're part of the management.
Hey, management for what, sir? Management for what?
The Reggae Boys.
So, how we need to go find out what time we're
watching party? Could you do us the honor of finding out where the kid?
Why people are like that? They have an issue, they need something, and they say we.
We?
You just said, can you do us a favor?
Yes, I said us.
Us who?
Myself. Okay, myself, Evroy Johnson. We'll go watch it with now. So that's us. That's two of us, right? Yes. Kemisha, Akiwak, Lexi. Yeah. The whole of us that went to tracks and record and watch. Us, yes.
We're going to go anywhere at 3 a.m. in the morning for a watch party.
The same people that go at 3 a.m. to Weddy to listen to Stone Love or come up already and go listen Cataract. Jamaicans go places at 3 a.m., bro.
What I think you should string up Cataract sound and you keep a watch party.
No, Marins, I mean very serious. That a historic thing like this, it should be on the live big screen in the middle of halfway tree.
At 3 a.m. in the morning.
At 3 a.m.
And people are going to live from. You're saying that
you know that last night at 2 a.m. people were in Mandela at the emancipation dance that they keep in halfway tree, the KSAC.
Cataract, those things started early and it goes up until that time. You are suggesting that when it starts at 3 a.m., people are going to leave from Spanish Town and Portmore and St. Thomas to come to Halfway Tree to watch the game when it is live on TV for a watch party at 3 a.m. in the morning?
They should have started early then. It's just my view. I think the nation will be brought together. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It'll be just me alone. The girls deserve the support. So if the answer is that the JFF has no special watch along arrangement for the historic round of 16 match with Jamaica senior women's team versus Colombia, I take this as an answer, and I will look on my channel and I'll go at town, go watch it with my father. He was a bigger supporter of the Reggae Girlz.
So you don't live in Kingston?
You know that I live in many places, sir.
Oh, sorry. I honestly didn't know you live in many places. Where can we find that?
Where can I find that? I live in Manchester, Mandeville now, sir. Yes. But I have properties. You want what? I'm an oligarch. What are you talking about?
So your plan is that
Marlon, help me out with brother. Help me out with brother. God, Marlon, go on and eat a little bit.
From Mandeville to go at Halfway Tree Square at 3 a.m. in the morning for a watch party.
Where was the last one? The last one wasn't there. The last one was at one hotel. I think that's anywhere the thing they were there. Somebody leave from Mandeville sometime, go watch match.
All right.
They will never leave from Mandeville all the time, go watch training up at UA.
All right. Marlon.
Yeah.
We have ROH on the line. Let me hear from ROH and then you guys can give me a closing because we're going to close the show. Big up, welcome to the show, sir. Yeah, man.
Where are you going, brother?
Me there. Come help me. Me need help.
Well, you know, some are caught on a different level. Cause you what me know. Oh, what's man? So you know.
Man, we know, man.
What you want me know? Me like the support where I come to you girls from the little 2 week, yeah. But some man I take it too personal now. See it? And you know if I went me the pan wagon now.
Yeah, man, we know they're long. Yeah, long time for real, man.
Yeah, pan wagon about 6 years now. When the girl and want the support and want the excitement and want it never did it. See it? The beating of the JFF now, it good, but it's bad for the thing.
Yeah.
Because not everything JFF can do. JFF is supposed to organize watch party for watch Jamaica play football at this stage. Anybody can do that.
Yeah.
Anybody can do that. JFF is not organized part of a beating down after tree when Alita run. Wrong, am I right?
So the Jamaica Football Federation have a watch event for the final qualifying game in the qualifying round.
What time was that, Cataract?
No. He said if JFF organize that. Mannings, Sir Mannings.
What time was
Sir
that?
Mannings, man.
I'm asking you a question. You're asking the caller a question. I am asking you a question. What time was that?
Let me get the answer first. He said if JFF...
I am going to let the caller answer you. Can you answer my question? What time was that?
The match was at 5 a.m.
What match was at 5 a.m.? Which match?
One of the matches that the girls played was at 5 a.m.
The last match that we played against Brazil was at 5 a.m.?
No. That was not the one at 5 a.m.
Which one you're talking? Which match you're talking?
As soon as I the one at 5 a.m. They come in that day they from play some.
Cataract. If JFF organize a one watch party, that me a try to. It's unnecessary beating that JFF unnecessary because Jamaica itself can do something. JFF can do everything. To support them, girl.
Hey, ROH, here's my point. You see, all of the people that we are talking, one thing I hope. One thing I hope. All I want to know is when September the 18th coming up. Me see them.
That's my next fight now. That's my next fight now.
Me want to find out,
No, September the 18th. Me want to know what going if that's Sunday, September the 18th.
Yes.
The day of the People's National Party.
What? No,
public session of conference.
Wait, what are you talking about, man? What this man? What this man talk about? Me talk Jamaican.
No, hold on. May I ask you that day I talk about, because I shall be in Orange. And we have a Mark Golden and there's some you there. No, so I'm asking if
support Reggae Girlz. Support Reggae Girlz and lead the party business that day. Because he's a leading.
I can't leave the party. Yeah, I can't do it.
No, money, no important point I want to carry across.
Yeah, but carry across.
We realize that Jamaica people passionate about football with their mouth. You see the support for the football, it is not there.
True.
We leave England and go watch World Cup this summer. Then some stadium are like 10 people, 20 Jamaican in there. I'm going to hear say, boy, the diaspora, they are New York and the diaspora there. Bronx and Upsut. The amount of nights when they make with Jamaica football. Every match around. JFF can't support nothing without money. And the leading team, the man national team now put no support and them feed every program. See?
Yeah. All right. You don't know a long time with you, just I want the people to turn up, but Yeah, man. The reggae boys, the reggae.
8, 9 team a year.
Yeah, the youth them soon start them game in around 11 minutes, and I want to go watch it and things. So more we'll close out the show.
All right.
Yeah, man. But respect every
All
time.
right.
Yeah, man.
We link up back still, but
yeah, man. Tomorrow.
Never be better, man. Pioneer to man. Let's everywhere this foolishness, man. And if you get them to calm down, man.
Carefully, carefully. You have ready to challenge Pioneer, you know.
No, man. Every time I turn me here, Pioneer, man. Yes, Jeff, if you get beaten, but have a bit beaten away.
Yeah, man.
Link up.
All right, bless up, man. All right, Marlon, Tiga, we will close the show. We want to go watch the U15 game. So, what say you in closing?
All right. I must say that we're depending on the Reggae Girlz to give us another historical moment by making it through the quarterfinal. And definitely I'll be up watching. It will be at what? 3, I think it's 3:50. Yeah, my time. Remember, I'm an hour ahead, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm an hour ahead, so I'll be up cheering the Reggae Girlz along. So yeah, man. So guess what? Much respect. I think it's a tool of. I'm not gonna say like cataract, like him not understand what he must say. Him want to enjoy, but yet still him want Bunny Shaw come up big. May I say tool of? You understand? Tool of Jamaica, and we'll be in the quarterfinal. You understand? Another historical moment.
Yeah. All right.
Wait on the holiday. Wait on the holiday for call. I guess when we reach a final, the holiday I can call. So we don't know.
All right, 2 things I want you to do, right? For those persons who don't have a VPN, if you don't have a VPN, you will not be able to watch the game in Jamaica because it's on CONCACAF Go. So you don't go on YouTube, you go in your Google, you type in CONCACAF Go. The first link that comes up, when you click on it, you'll see the listing of the games, but you have to have a VPN. If you don't have a VPN, you have to go on Instagram on Carey_COY. He will be doing the game. All right. Those are the 2 places that you can watch the game right now. People with VPN are in North or Central America. You can watch it on CONCACAF Go. All right. So that's it. All right. I have an important story to share with you right after this because we're talking the whole Rob thing. But Marlon, what do you have to say in closing?
Yeah, man. Just basically looking for a good performance from the girls. As I said, cataracts. So the key points, right? As I say, concede. We haven't conceded so far. So I'm looking for us to continue that trend, right? And I'm looking for us to score in the 90 minutes. I don't really want to see the game going to the penalty, right? So I think we can win 1-0.
Okay, awesome. Well, that's Marlon. Listen, always providing great analysis. Big up Cataract. Sometimes, we argue and we disagree and stuff, but, we have a healthy friendship. So, don't, it's not personal. You understand me? T-God, bless up yourself every time.
What's your score, my lord? You don't give me your score, brother?
Come on, Jamaica winning by 2 goals, man. 2-0.
2 goals to nil.
Double. Yeah. I'm predicting
it.
Yeah, man, that we say, man. It's 2-0. Yeah, man, that we say.
Yeah. But people
just want England in the quarterfinal. Man, just go line up one church service, one prayer meeting, no? But pray it in, man. More England, brother. More England.
All right. But let me clarify a couple of things. The reason why many churches don't put out what happened with their finances, just for clarity, is because a lot of the members don't distrust what is happening with the funds. Where there's a greater need for accountability. All right, so let me do that. When it comes down to a fear of being robbed, you know what? Me there at Jamaica, and I have not been robbed. One time one pickpocket did pick some money out of my wallet and we book him up. You understand? You go ahead and the garrison you see him pass through, you just step back where him have to work out what him take from you. You understand me? After some time, but we didn't beat him. But I went to a water park and I don't know people if me's a celebrity or something, but go to the water park and then we go to the restroom to take off this stuff that we're swimming. People, me not telling a lie. You see, by the time I go so bam and turn around and take off the towel now for dry off. Yo, the man them gone with me shorts on my shirt, my t-shirt, gone. So the point, of course, you know, everybody was saying, well, maybe somebody took it up by mistake. Here is my point. Here's my point. You see, for the Jamaica, it happened, them would say the thief in Jamaica and them. I rob me as far as be concerned. I know no mistake. You don't take up no man shorts by mistake, brother. I know man shirt by mistake. And you're gone with my shirt. By the time it turn around to Cataract and Marlon, it gone. I couldn't believe it. I say, no man, me I look on some different places.
It's a Jamaica shirt you don't wear.
It's a polo. I don't know because it's a polo. But guess what happened? There were a few.
A psycho body.
Not psycho. What I will say is there were a few people start making fun of it, you know, because there are a few subscribers and persons who were there and they were taking pictures with me. Understand me? So maybe people feel like, me don't know, but I could not believe it. So the point I'm trying to make is that it don't matter where you are, no, thieves are everywhere and honest people are everywhere.
That's true, man.
Everywhere. So don't make it seem like Jamaica is the only place where thieves are. Thieves are everywhere. All right. It probably more pronounced in certain places in Jamaica, but we need to know that. For the person who's saying I should have answered that when Speed was on, I wasn't getting a chance to. But what I will say is that where people have lost credibility in you, you have to be more, all right? You have to be more transparent. The lower your level of credibility is, the higher the level of transparency with your organization needs to be. That happened to churches because there are churches and pastors and leaders and schools and hospitals that have misappropriated funds. When that happens, it is necessary that you, for the purpose of restoring credibility, become more accountable and transparent. That is just it. All right, that's all I'm saying. All right, so we can have other debates about it, and but I think it was a good show. And I just got some information that the Constitution now requires us to publish financial info. So I just got this. In other words, this is something that I just got. According to the new Constitution of the JFF, the information about what is given to who, while it may not pinpoint individual players, but the consolidated amount must be transparent. So we should be able to find publicly what amount of money is paid for administrative management players on a yearly basis and how much the income is from the Jamaica Football Federation. This is information I just got because this is in the newly formed Constitution. All right. So I want to end with that. Listen, I want to thank every single one of you. If you're a new subscriber, I'm so glad that you have subscribed to the platform. Really appreciate you subscribing. For those of you who hit the like button, really appreciate that. I want to thank T-Gut. I want to thank Marlon. I want to thank Cataract. I want to thank Kerry. I want to thank Mr. Speed, to all the persons who called in. Really appreciate your support. For the persons who helped to moderate the comment section, really appreciate the support. Like I said, we have a lot of things we're doing that, you know, how the content is done is going to be a little different. Sometimes you'll see me, you'll see Cataract, you'll see Andre, you'll see Cranky, but we're trying to make sure that whatever we put out is good quality and clean, so you, your kids can listen to it and, you know, pick up something and learn something, all right, from our discussion. Really appreciate all of you. Again, you know, a lot of you keep saying that, boy, man, we wish you can still give to the channel. It's not hard to do. We don't have the super sticker, super chat right now, but if you want to, you don't have to. But for those of you who still want to give to the channel, you can. All right. There is a very, very simple way. Let me show you. It don't take long. It is just like doing super sticker and super chats. All right. Again, no pressure because you don't have to. All right. We do the channel with or without that. But from time to time, people ask, That is what you can do. See the information running there on the banner. You go there. You can give to the channel if you so desire. If you feel like you don't want to, hey, watch the channel, support the channel, like, share, and subscribe. Right? Again, thank you so much for being a part of the show. I am Management. This has been I Am Sure Sports. As usual, when it comes to this part of the show, we end with one of our favorite quotes. We are over and we are OUT out of here. But in the meantime, in between time, let me share with you some information about the Ali Cup. It ain't no Folly Cup.
You better prepare yourself for the big time so you can tell the kids about it. Yo, this is Delirance. I remember, Green and Yellow Organization presents the annual Ali Cup Junior Football Tournament. It's an invitational thing, so you know it loud. August 10, 11, and 12. You see, August 10 are oversteps. August 11, Jamaica College, and August 12, Excelsior Ground. So that when you're loud, it's proud, because we're going to the crowd and the cloud. Never shout out to Sambo, shout out to Chris Bailey, shout out to Scholar. Remember, the sponsors are there. Babsy Grange, True Juice, Western Sports, Sportsmax, and Sam Isaacs and Son. Delly Rankin say that when a big Ali Cup Junior Invitational Football Tournament, August 10, 11, and 12. Be there.